What up, chat? What up, chat? uh, Hi, hey, hello. Um, into the YouTube universe. What it do, YouTube? What's goody? It's your favorite black boy, and I'm back feeling extremely goody. If you do not know where in the hell you're at, whether you clicked on this on purpose or whether this popped up on your algorithm, this is the Cozy Corner Podcast, a podcast about any and everything that I feel comfortable talking about. Um, because as y'all know, for me, well, as those of y'all in the chat know, for me, being cozy isn't just, it's not just a term, it's not just a, what's the word? It's not just a, you know what I mean? It's not just a hot button phrase or a buzzword for me. It's actually a way of life and a brand. Um, that is, you know what I mean? And that is what my brand is. My brand is the Cozy Clubhouse. And if you are watching this on the Red app, you are watching this on the Cozy Clubhouse TV channel. Go over there, drop a like, drop a sub, um, drop a comment if you feeling extra good about yourself. Uh, because all of that engagement on the channel does go a long way. Uh, so yeah, go on and do that. Go on ahead and do that. And then after you do that, come over here and hang out with us on Twitch. We're here Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Having ourselves a good old time on Twitch. So some in the chat would say it's a word that our channel is a word that I don't like saying. But it has something to do with being the based of the based. Yeah, that word. Yeah, that word. Or whatever like that. Goodness. Um yeah, other than that, man, let's get into it, chat. Um I mean we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but let's you already know how our cozy clubhouse resident and sports correspondent and wonderful and lovely mod Miss Lady J feels uh Kansas City, the Kansas City Chief quarterback Patrick Mahomes. Uh, what are the thoughts? How we feeling? Who we got winning? Who we got winning the big day? Uh, you said you gonna be nice today, but you said what you said. But, mm-hmm. I don't. Mm-hmm. So you're on the right side with me. You're on the right side. That's my thought process too. Um, and I promise you, this is not like this is not a hate train, and it's not that I don't like. There's a lot of guys on that Kansas City team that I like a lot. Um, but chat, y'all know what I'm gonna say. And the fact of the matter is that those sentiments still stand. Like I'm tired of I'm tired of every time number 87 makes a big play. Like, you know what I mean? You know who just has to appear on our TV screens. I promise you, there is no hate towards that woman. I promise you, with everything in my heart and soul, like, like there is no hate in my heart towards that little girl. But like, I just want the NFL to respectfully look me in my face and tell me what she has to do with football. And then I'll let it go. Like, you know what I mean? That's just my whole body and my whole vibe about it. It's just like, just tell me what she has to do with football and I'll let it alone. Okay, so that has to do with money. That has nothing to do with football. Because the Kansas City Chiefs aren't going to see any of that money. Travis Kelsey doesn't get an extra bonus check for every time they show her face. So, yet and still again, what does that have to do with the game of football? Sorry to all the Swifties out there, I guess. My apologies, but let's really talk about it. There's that okay. Y'all say get my foot off her neck for sure. I didn't mean to, but like I'm just like, bro. And I think it's a thing of where it's that thing of where it just like stop sleep. You know, we was in Cups chat earlier, We were talking about that earlier over there in Cupton. And we didn't have to, but Cuppa made the decision that she wanted to listen to both of the tracks that came out um, over the weekend. Because as y'all know, or for those of y'all that don't know, like you know what I mean, like Cuppa Noodle doesn't. She's not a weekend streamer like yours truly. So yeah, her thing was she waited till this here good Monday to talk about everything. But then, like, you know what I mean? Like we were talking about that, and I'll double back to that half of the conversation here in a second. We were talking about we were talking about the Super Bowl, and she was just like, um, she don't got nothing against. She has the same kind of like issues and gripes that I have with it. She's just like she just hates the fact that because whether and regardless of whether like people like what people have to say about Travis Kelsey is that the fact of the matter is that that man was on the path to becoming a Hall of Famer far before he met this little old girl. And I just hate the fact. And I've said this, and like you know what I mean. And I said this last pod. Did I not? I was like, I just hate the fact that he's been reduced to, um, you know what I mean. I just simply hate the fact that he's been reduced to Taylor Swift's boyfriend. Like, like this man hasn't had a whole career before he met her. Like this man isn't going to be like one of the greatest tight ends to play the game when it's all said and done before he met her. And Kaysen's thoughts on it was the only solution was for him to be able to fix it was he's gonna have to marry that little old girl. Um, I personally don't think that'll help. I actually think that'll make it worse. To be honest, the more that I think about it, the more that I think about it. I know there's gonna be a lot of people locally that's gonna be like, "You sure do have a lot of hate for Taylor Swift," and you're just like, "Nah," because I know exactly what it's like. I can relate to what it just feels like for me. Yeah, I can just relate to what that shit feel like for me. You know what I mean? Um, I am hoping the same thing as well. But again, just like tying it into like a local level kind of situation. Like for those of y'all that know, like you know what I mean. Like I am I am a member of a music collective or a group of musical friends called the Village. Um, And to be quite honest, like those are the same kind of conversations that are brought up when my name gets mentioned. Um, and the crazy thing is, like, people that are saying this don't realize that this shit gets back to me. Um, but this is also one of the great things about having a pod because then you get to expose them for the shit that they say. And it's the same thing, like, you know what I mean? But it's the same shit that motherfuckers do when they ask about like, you know what I mean? It's generally the people that like have no idea about my musical pedigree or my, you know what I mean, my career to this point, like, you know what I mean, like my career like up to this very point and things of that nature. And then people who just see me out and about supporting the other members of the village. Like, you know what I mean? And it's that whole ass thing of where it's just like, well, everybody in the village is like, every time I show up, everybody is like, let's fucking go. Baby's here. It's lit. It's about to be a fucking party tonight. We turned it the fuck up all night till 4 a.m. And I'm like, actually, 2 a.m. at the max. I have to stream tomorrow. Yeah, so it's a lot of people while that's happening, and then there's a lot of people in the background who, whether I be in public or whether young motherfuckers wait until I'm not around to ask other members of the village, it's just like, what does Bambi really bring to the village? Like, what, like why do y'all like love him so, like, you know what I mean? Like, why do y'all like love him so much? Why is like he's so exciting, and like why is he such a great person to be around, and blah blah blah. Like, so it's not exactly the same thing, but like I could see the similarities in that shit is all I'll say. So that's why it's that thing of why I'm saying like this is not no outright, this is not like no outright, this is not like an outright hate thing towards Taylor Swift. It's just like, so I could have sworn this was a football network. Um like could have sworn this was a Kansas City Chiefs football game. It just feels kind of weird to be seeing a pop star on my TV screen every time her football player boyfriend, um, who is actually a very solid football player in his own right, um, every time this man, like, you know what I mean? Just every time, it's just weird. Is all. Then locally for y'all people asking that question too, like y'all niggas are weird too. It's the same kind of thing. It's just like you're just weird. So like, stop asking my friends that. You should get you some people that are excited to see you, like my friends are to see me. Is all I'll say about that, and I'll let that alone. Because it's been a lot of my friends in the music space been complaining about the fact that like he's spending all this time addressing these folk. Like, baby, I fuck with your pod, but you spending time addressing these folks, like, fuck them. It's like, nah, it is fuck them people. It's more so just a thing of where it just like, hey, bro, like, I'm gonna let you keep on talking your shit, but just know I hear you. And I see the comments being made. So it's just to that point now where like it's 2024. It's like you either are going to come in and address any beefs or quarrels you have with me directly, or shut the fuck up and live your life. Because I promise you, whatever it is that I'm doing isn't affecting your life. That's all I have to say about it. Um, Again, as far as the Taylor Swift thing, like that's like she's not affecting my life, but her being with Travis Kelsey is affecting my football viewing experience, and it's just a little bothersome, is all. I know I'm like jumping around or whatever, but that's the powers of ADHD. Um, but yeah, that's just it, and that's just all I really have on that for real. To be honest, um, yeah, yeah. But all of that aside, you know what I mean. Congrats to the Kansas City Chiefs for making it back to this point. Um, you know what I mean. Salute to the 49ers for getting here to the Super Bowl. Um, and Detroit boys had you scared, didn't it? There's gonna be a whole bunch of Niner fans gonna be like, "So what? We still won." Yeah, but them Detroit boys had you scared for a minute, didn't it? You can be honest. Said you gonna leave it alone. I'm just, I'm not gonna do what other Niner haters in my household are doing, and saying that, oh, like, you know what I mean, like, oh, Dan Campbell gave y'all that game. No, at the end of the day, regardless of how you want to look at it, that Niners team is just better. I said that shit earlier in the year when I talked about this shit earlier in the year when they got Chase Young in that trade. It's like you niggas better do something with that. It's like y'all niggas better goddamn well do something with all that shit too. Because had they have lost yesterday, I would have been right on here on this pod right now talking about how y'all niggas spent all that money and made all them moves just to get so close again. So, you know what I mean? Good on you. Good on you, Niners. You did what the fuck you were supposed to do. With all of them trades and all of them moves you made in the past 2 years. Did exactly what you were supposed to do. Good on you. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's that on that. Um, did we see the NBA All Star teams have been announced? How do we feel, chat? And for those in the chat that watch sports, how do we feel? Thoughts? Oh, so we also don't care about the NBA All Star teams. I mean, I could care less either. I just thought, you know what I mean. We had feelings and thoughts about the players that made it. But that was my exact response when somebody was like, they announced the NBA All Star teams. It's like somebody legit was like, they said that's the NBA All Star teams. Thoughts? I was like, about what? It's like the All Star teams. I was like, I'm like, sir, respectfully, Power World and Tekken 8 just came out. I don't. I, I, you know what I mean? With all due respect, like, man, for all my Hormer and for all my Hormer and for all of my horror gaming guys and girlies, Poppy Playtime comes out this week. You know what I mean? The next installment in the Poppy Playtime series comes out this week. So, you know what I mean? Just yep. Like that's just legit where I'm at with it. And that's again like so like for all of my basketball, like for all of my NBA heads where like the NBA is your fucking life, do not get it twisted. I still love the game of basketball and I still love uh watching games when I watch them. But I've really gotten to this point for me with all sports. It's legit that thing of where it's just like I will catch a game when I catch it type shit. I am more invested in what is going on with my favorite college on both, like, you know what I mean, with my favorite colleges on both the men's and the women's side I'm more so like it. That's where like my sports watching experience is at. That's where I'm more invested at. I'm more invested in the level right before they become professionals. Well, except for the WNBA, because I think the WNBA just definitely needs more highlighting and more talking about. Um, and I think with this year's draft class, like that conversation will definitely change. Um, yeah, I think with this year's draft class, I think that conversation could, like, you know what I mean. And considering that, like, you know what I mean, just taking into account that the projected, like, you know what I mean, the young ladies go where they're projected to be drafted at, like, you know what I mean, in their projected draft slots. Um, I think this should be a very exciting and interesting to watch WNBA season. Um, it's definitely going to be interesting to watch, regardless. Um, I seen on her Instagram, my girl Asia Wilson already back in the lab getting right. So, you know, as far as the WNBA is concerned, like y'all still gonna have to watch out for them girls in Vegas. They are a problem. You said you're ready for March Madness. Same. Honestly, same, my love. Same. I am also ready for March Madness. That's when I feel like we'll have a little bit more to talk about sports wise. Because right now, all due respect, I know these are big money industries or whatever and all that other cute shit, but like I could give less of a damn about what the NFL got going on because this shit is clearly a $1 million money grab where you motherfuckers are concerned about everything but the game of football. NBA is the same exact way. Y'all niggas are concerned about everything else going on with these niggas other than what they got going on the court. Um, I don't watch enough baseball because my attention span. Holy hell. Um, it's not that I don't watch it. Um, I like more so in I like more so for me baseball season. I watch the first like couple of months of the season, and then I'm not gonna hold you. You lose me for a second, MLB, because 300 plus games is a long ass time. Holy shit. Um, but you get me back around the time when the playoff race is starting to pick up. So you know what I mean. You just you just lose me for a little bit because of the oh, that'd be a fun little trip. Truist Park, that'd be fun. Nah, but yeah, like just being honest. So that's where my sports life is at right now. Uh, I'm watching a shit ton of Words. I'm watching a shit ton of college sports, including the major three. For those of y'all that don't know, the major three: football, baseball, basketball. Um, that's the top three. Um, and then as far as professionally, especially for the NFL and the NBA, it's like, hey man, I catch y'all when I catch y'all type shit. Um, Especially with the fact that like I'm a Pelicans fan when it comes to the NBA, and we already know how the fuck I feel about. That's not important. And I'm also a Saints fan, and I've also again on this very podcast expressed my feelings on how I feel about Dennis Allen as our head coach. So that's also that on, like, you know what I mean. So like that's also that on both of those. Like, you know what I mean. Like that's where that's at, right? That's where that's at, and that's where I stand. And I said what I said, and I'm not taking back what I said. On the football side, I still don't fuck with Dennis Allen, and I think Dennis Allen is anyway. And but you know what I mean? I still don't like Dennis Allen, and I still wholeheartedly, in my heart of hearts, thinks he feels a way about black people. Um, and you can't convince me otherwise. Um, and then on the NBA side of things, it's just like I know the Pelicans would just be so much better if if Zion Williamson actually gave like even like an inkling of a fuck about playing basketball. But that shit is painfully and abundantly clear that that shit is not the fucking case. So yeah, because it's that thing where it's just like, and it's the whole thing of where it just like I seem to be the only Pelicans fan that isn't delusional. That's the other thing too. Like I can't have no other conversations with other Pelicans fans about Pelicans basketball. Because these niggas will be like, nah, it's CJ McCollum and Brandon Ingram's fault of why we're not. No, these niggas are there. Well, CJ McCollum's place not recently because of his shit, but like, you know what I mean? Because of his health history. But I mean, and I think before that, Bi was out for a stretch. So it's just like it's not them because when they're there, and when like you know what I mean. Because when they're healthy and they're there and they're available to play, they're locked in. It's this nigga that we gave up our franchise cornerstone for. Granted, yes, I know, bro wanted to leave. Um, and again, I still say the same thing every single time where people be like, "Oh, if I was you, I'd be pissed that Anthony Davis left." Fuck no, I'm not. Are you kidding me? The whole time that nigga was there, literally the only thing Anthony Davis kept saying every season, literally without saying it, but saying it at the same time was, "I need fucking help." And the closest thing they did to giving him help was giving him Boogie Cousins, and Boogie Cousins got hurt. And then after that, then they just like, you know what I mean? And then after that, they just kept playing in his face every time this nigga was like, I need help. And then they just kept playing in his face for so many years till he got to the point of where he just like, all right, bet, fuck it. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go to LA. So like, why would I be mad at that? And for all of you out there, for all of my viewers out there that work regular jobs, right? If you were working at a job, right, and you specifically kept telling your management that you needed help for months or for years rather, and year after year after year after year after year after year, they kept playing in your face. You not gonna eventually like be fed up with it? Lie to my face and tell me that you wouldn't eventually get pissed off about that shit. Oh well, that's different, bro. Because that's just I don't give a fuck. That nigga Anthony Davis was getting a check in New Orleans as well. So, albeit his check was a little bit better than what you get working at the Piggly Wiggly, but yet and still, bro, when it helped, the old uh the old general managers decided they wanted to play in that man's face. Bro left. Again, for a split second, I was upset about it until what we wound up getting in return was the number one overall pick, which we then spent on this dingus that can't fucking stay healthy. This nigga is more famous for being out of shape and fucking Mariah Mills than playing goddamn basketball. But everybody else want to blame it on everybody else on the team who's available all the time. What I will say is shout out to the young guys on the team. I love Dyson Daniels. I love Dyson Daniels' game. I like what he does. Shout out to the homie. Shout out not the homie, but shout out to the boy Jordan Hawkins. Like what he can do. I like what he can do with the basketball in his hands as well. Um. Ooh, and the very second that boy gets some weight on him, you niggas are in trouble. Then y'all niggas not gonna be able to push him around like y'all doing right now. Just y'all wait. Mm-hmm. 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 And then there's that other thing where people are like, "Oh, like, don't you think that like it's like, okay, well, if it's that bad, then why don't we just trade Zion?" The other issue is, who the fuck else wants him? Like, you do realize other owners and other GMs like pay attention to shit like that. Because now, like, what that issue is just like, okay, we trade him, but who do we give? Like, who do we give him to, and what do we get back for it? Because it has to be something worthwhile. And I promise you this right now. I promise you, as a Pelicans fan, I refuse to get fucking. I refuse to get fucking sandwich vouchers and a trip to a free massage parlor. You know what I mean? A free trip to a massage parlor for like trading. Anyway, it's whatever. That's where my sports viewership is at right now, as far as that's concerned. Um, Maybe I should start getting back into hockey, huh? Maybe chat? No, I don't know. You said yeah. I mean, they do get to squabble, so that's always fun. Probably not if you're playing it and getting punched in the face, but it is fun to watch them actually get to squabble. Yeah, at least in hockey, you do get to punch somebody in the face if you tired of their shit. Cause yeah, it would really be that thing where it'd be like, all right, you done ran me into this wall too many times. Take the gloves off. Take them off. Let's go. Mink it, mug it, mink it, mink. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm gonna get back into watching hockey. That's the only reason you watch. I think that's the only reason a lot of people watch. To be honest, yeah, they be punching the shit out of each other. Like teeth do be flying out now. It's a vibe. I fuck with it. You know, I'm here for a little bit of violence. Now, see, NASCAR is where you lose me, respectfully. It ain't but so many times I can watch these goddamn cars make left turns and occasionally crash into a wall before I be like, my brain is melting. They be fighting in NASCAR. Imagine fighting because y'all are you got cut off in a race. Like, like nigga, we all have been going left for the past 6 hours. And you gonna be mad at me? I will punch you in your goddamn eye hole. Oh, in the pit. Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds about right. I still couldn't do it. it respectfully. No, thanks. Appreciate you. Thanks for thinking I look cool. You know what I think? I think you're cool for thinking that I'm cool. That sounds about right. Am I American? I'll let you answer that. Cool. What was I saying, chat? Oh yeah, nah, I'm cool off NASCAR. NASCAR, not really my thing. Ain't it funny how soon as I started talking about NASCAR, then I'm sorry, that was a random thought to think about out loud. Um. Anyhow, chat. So we were in Cup of Noodle stream earlier talking about this Nicki Minaj versus Meg the Stallion situation. How's life in America? Like with my skin color or in general? Yes, life in America. Uh, it's a life. You know what? You do that. You gonna see a lot. You will see a lot. That's all I can say. For the nature, okay, well, that's fair. Yeah, you definitely still will see a lot though. I'm so lucky. I was just born here. I didn't do anything special. I was simply just born here. um, yeah. Anyway, chat. So we were in Cup Stream talking Cup of Noodle. For those that don't know, we were talking about this Meg versus Nikki thing. Um, and essentially, it all boiled down to basically everything that I have said before. Um, it just that, like, you know what I mean. So we talked about the Nikki bringing up the humping on a minor bar. I'm talking about Meg, and even Kason was like, "Sis, you you can't say like that's like anything in that conversation, like you know what I mean? Like you automatically lose because of who you married. Type beat type shit, right? And yeah, I was just like, yeah, well, pretty much what I've been saying in my stream for the past couple of days. Someone told you that Nikki told where Megan's mom was buried so they can mess with her grave. I did not hear that. I am 6 o'clock years old when I found out that information. Uh Honestly, chat, this is where I'm gonna go. This is where I'm gonna go with this conversation. So you didn't search it because you didn't want to know. You are smart for that. Um, you know what? Damn it all to hell. This is where we're gonna go with it, chat. Nikki's too damn grown to be acting like this. She is too damn grown and she is making too much damn money to be behaving like a fucking annoying ass little high school girl. You are a grown woman with a baby. You are a whole grown ass woman with a baby. Like the fuck are you doing, ma'am? You are a grown ass woman. Like, and again, like I said, so it looks like I might have been on to something, chat, because I've been saying that all weekend. I was like, really, this is just giving an extremely upset you know what I mean? This is just giving an extremely upset and hurt woman for real. Not even hurt, just like upset. But like upset for no reason though. You know what I mean? Like legit just upset because of the fact that yeah, you know what I mean? Like just legit just upset because she's no longer the it girl and because of the fact that there are more um beautiful young ladies that are now coming up in the space and in the game, like you know what I mean? Here to help elevate what it is that you started in the 2010s. Because again, for a really, really long while, it wasn't any like it wasn't like any no female like it wasn't any no like top tier female presence in the rap space until like, you know what I mean? Until Wayne says, "Hey, get that girl from like you know what I mean? Get that girl from Jamaica Queens and tell her to come with us and tell her to come run with us." And then boom, she turns into Nicki Minaj, the Nicki Minaj that we know today. So it's just like, and like I said before, it's giving just selfish and entitled, and it's just like, oh, I can be the only one. when given the whole harsh reality of it all is that it's 2024 and you are no longer the only one, ma'am. I literally just had 4 DMs today from young female artists trying to be like, you know what I mean? Trying to sign the code, you know what I mean? Trying to sign the CC, like, you know what I mean? Trying to sign the CCR. And only two of them have something worth talking about. I mean, that's great because they're interested, yes. But it's also that thing of where we're not gonna have a we're not gonna have a Ti and Iggy Azalea situation on my hands, where motherfuckers gonna be like, "Oh, this who you backing? It's crazy about you." It's like, wait, whoa, wait, I didn't know, I didn't. Fuck it. But yes, it's great because of the interest. Yes. Um, but getting back to the main point is it's that thing of where like and Kaysen said it a little bit more harsh. And Kaysen said it was because her age was hanging out. Um, which she's not wrong. It's that thing for me where it's just like she's mad because, and I've said this before, like, but like that's her whole thing, right? Like she wants to be the it girl still, yet and still, and what's upsetting her, and the reason of why we are actually seeing an actual like grown, we are actively watching a grown woman actively throw a temper tantrum in front of all of us right now. This is actually what we're watching in real time. We're watching a real time, like, you know what I mean? We're watching a real time temper tantrum being thrown. That's like, you know what I mean? Like that's what we're watching in real time. And what I also didn't realize is that Megan's hits record was actually in response to Nicki Minaj's Ruby Red Sleaze. I didn't even think about that. There were some shots in there. We're not gonna pull it up, and because after last night, like, you know what I mean, Nicki has lost all aux privileges on this channel. To, like, you know what I mean? Nicki has lost all auxiliary cord privileges on this here good music channel. I will tell you that for surely sure. Um, so now that honestly just makes that shit look even crazier because now yet and again, this is the same Nicki Minaj pattern that has been followed. You know what I mean? That has been followed for years. Every time it's the it girl. or every time it's a new girl on the scene. It's one or two things that happen. She's either your best friend for a minute and then it's fuck you, or it's just fuck them off the gate, or it's just out the gate. Fuck them. I don't like them because they said something about me. They talked about my husband. They talked about my family. Man, we are all artists in this. We are like, and now I'm just speaking from an artist standpoint. Um, yeah, we're all artists. What kind of time would we possibly have to actually spend time actively talking about what just single-handedly singly, like, you know what I mean, just singling you out, you, what would we have to do, like, with you, talking about you specifically, like, you know what I mean, like, how much time in a day would we really have to dedicate just specifically talking about just specifically you, ma'am? Be so for real. Be so for real with yourself, because it's just like, what are we talking about? Be so for real. That shit is um yeah. So it's really that thing for me, chat, where it's just like, it's that whole thing where it's just like, now people are all like, oh my gosh, like, what happened to music, man? Oh man, the music ain't just like the music ain't like it used to be. It's just like, bro, don't sit here and talk to me about something like, I'm really like not that person that anybody can like sit there and have like that conversation with. Um, because that's been my whole complaint and my whole gripes for years. It's that thing of where it's just like, y'all say y'all want something new, fresh, different, and original, and then somebody like my brothers the Thornberries, my brother High Up Seer, my sister Kiki the Brat, myself, my good sis Jazz Monique, like, you know what I mean, my brother Isaac, my little bro Corbin, my bro 2B, and the list really does go on and on. Like, it's a whole bunch of people that I know that are doing like shit that is new, fresh, original, and different. And the way a lot of you motherfuckers, not nobody in chat, you guys are fine. I'm talking about the masses at this point. It's the way a lot of you motherfuckers would literally just rather willingly just sit, wait, and watch for some shit to like, just like, I don't know, like they just want the shit to like just fall out the sky into their lap. Well, we've already had that conversation. Like, you know what I mean? Like we've already had that conversation where it's just like, yeah, you're gonna have to go look. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. It's like, you know what I mean? It's just that thing now where like that's the kind of like it's so crazy because of the fact that we are in the information age now. We are in the day and age of the information age. And motherfuckers will Google everything else, but won't also use that same search engine to probably find their new like you know what I mean to possibly find their new favorite artist. Or y'all will do like a lot of the locals here in my hometown, and y'all will just go bar hopping to where they play live music at, and hopefully you'll like run into somebody with a new fresh like you know what I mean, and hopefully you'll run into a new artist with a new sound that you might possibly like. But you won't follow them niggas on Instagram. And like you know what I mean? Like you won't do that. Like you won't do your due deals. Like you know what I mean? You won't do your due diligence on your end. Um, and then when we pop up somewhere else, like a Porch Fest or you know what I mean, or a Central Valley Block Party or like all of these other things, right? Like then y'all will be like, "Oh, that's crazy! Like I had no idea. Like I had seen you that one time at insert bar name here, and then like I hadn't seen you for months. Like we didn't know where you guys had went, motherfucker. We have been here, working, doing the things, running the circuit." So as far as anything, so as far as just like the whole general like to really just like cut it down the middle, like when answering that question, um, there's really only two answers I can give now. When people be like, "What happened to music, man?" I could either be like, "Nothing happened." I could literally like depending on like the you know what I mean. These are the only two answers y'all are gonna get from me now because they're the only two answers that apply. If I'm really not in the mood that day, the answer that y'all are gonna get when y'all ask that question, and I'm gonna be like, nothing happened. You just don't look. You're just not looking. You're not searching for what it is that you're looking for. Or the other thing is you be like, oh, what happened to music, man? The internet. It's like, what happened to music, man? It's the internet. Everything went digital. If you want me to be like uber honest about it, that's what happened. The interweb. Again, never mind. I don't want to talk about it. Shout out to Mississippi State, I guess. Yeah. That's honestly, chat, why I've been having the most fun I've been having doing these, like, making the music that I've been making for the Showstopper series, right? That's legit been, like, you know what I mean? That's legit been the feeling that I have, right? Been like, it's just like, cool. I'll just be patient and wait until I can, like, you know what I mean? As far as like it being a solo artist is concerned, not retiring, chat. So don't panic. Um, those of y'all on the internet as well, don't freak out. I'm not retiring. That'll never happen. Only way I'll retire is if I fucking die. Like, you know what I mean? The day I retire from music is the day that I left Earth. Respectfully. So I'm not allowed to retire, or I'm not allowed to leave Earth because I'm confused now. So I'm supposed to live on Earth forever? Um, I don't think we know how natural causes work, but that's fine. Um, um, okay, if you say so. That's a conversation that we're just not gonna have because I understand the sentiment. I understand how you feel. So I'm just gonna respectfully respect your love and your feelings and move on back to my point. Um, what was my point? Solo artist. Me as a solo artist. Yes. So this is the biggest thing that that's why I said you said what you said. I'm letting it. I'm not gonna argue with you about it. One, because it's not that deep on my end, and like I promise you, like I did, like as far as like I said, like the retiring thing was never even an option for me. I tried to fake retire as an artist when I was in like my early 20s. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna just go, like I'm gonna just like, I was like, oh, I'm gonna just retire from music. So hey, I was like, when I was younger in my 20s, I was like, oh, I'm gonna just fake it. Like I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just and drop the music thing for like maybe a year or two and like focus on being a dancer. And that lasted all of 2 months, and I was right back in the studio. And like, you know what I mean. And I just had to like figure out how to balance my whole life out around those two things, right? um, Now I'm to the point of where it's just like respectfully with love, what y'all can expect this season from like as far as like Bambi X Bambi solo projects, y'all get one more album. Yes, for the entire year. Y'all get one more like actually like legit like thought out and put together project, and then you will get singles as they come, and that'll be the year musically. As far as because again, respectfully, I have a label that I have to get. I have a label that I have to get going. Um, yeah, respectfully, I have a label that I have to get going, and then also the fact of the matter is like, like you know what I mean. I also got to like get the stuff going with the band. Like you know what I mean. Like that's where a lot of my attention is at this year specifically, as far as like the music is concerned. Um, it doesn't mean I'm not taking calls for features. It doesn't mean if people don't want beats done that I'm not doing them. Because first of all, y'all are here with me on stream. I'm always cooking up something. So like you know what I mean. So that's like you know what I mean. So that's like never in question. Um, as far as the production side of things, it's more so the thing of where chat about to cuss me out in a second. I legit can feel it coming. Um, even though I'm not specifically talking about them, but it's that thing for me of where it's just like I get it. Everybody's got their favorites or whatever. Like you know what I mean. Everybody's got their favorite artists or whatever, and all of those things, right? But it's just that thing where definitely for me, whenever it is that I do drop something, with the exception of like my top supporters and like the people in my community, respectfully with love, y'all have been showing me how much I do not matter to y'all. Chat, not you guys. The rest of you motherfuckers. And we can sit here and save the, you know what I mean? I could already feel the influx of text messages coming. Save your fingers, niggas, because I don't believe you. That's just where I'm at with it. Because it's that thing for me where it's just like personally, and this is where I'm at with it. Like if I actually mattered as much as you know what I mean, all of y'all in the city claim that I do. Why do I have to fight tooth and nail to be booked? And y'all niggas will like, you know what I mean? Why do I have to go look for you niggas putting shows together and not the other way around? Why is that the thing? Why is that the thing where I have to go? Like, you know what I mean? Why is that the thing where I have to go searching for you niggas and you niggas aren't looking for me? But I matter so much, right? I'm so important in the grand scheme of, like, you know what I mean? I'm so important when it comes to you know what I mean? I'm so important to the ecosystem of local artists, right? Save that shit. Save it. I'm off, like, you know what I mean? I'm off of that with all of y'all. Y'all niggas have y'all favorites, and we've already had this conversation before, but we're gonna say it again so that I really establish my point. Y'all niggas have y'all favorites. You motherfuckers have y'all favorite 7 or 8 people that you will continue to call. And y'all will do the things, and that shit'll be fine. And like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like y'all will do the things, and then like every time it's a thing of where it is that I do pop up and you do see me, and then you're kind of like re-reminded or like you forget that like I actually like do this shit for real in real life, and then yeah, And I'm not gonna sit here and say the same thing applies on the content creation side because on the content creation side, I just started. So you know what I mean? I'm still growing. There's a lot of these communities that I'm a part of that like some people still don't even know that I stream. For the same thing as like with everything else in my life. I don't advertise everything that it is that I do. You know about that shit. If you ask me, I'll tell you about it. But other than that, if you didn't ask, like you know what I mean, like it was legit. I forgot whose stream I was in, and I got cussed out about it because they was like, what in the flying hell? Why didn't you tell me you stream? And to them, I disrespectfully said that. I was like, you never asked about it. And then like, you know what I mean? Like you ain't never asked me about it. Respectfully with love. And so like, you know what I mean? So it was a whole lot more so like that for me on that side. So it's more so that thing where now that's the whole shit where I'm at. Like, you know what I mean? Like on the local side of things, where it's just like, why is it that why is it that all of the R&B niggas here in the city seem to be having more of a tougher go at everything? And then it's honestly not. Nah, let me not even ask that because that's not even what that is. The thing is, what has to stop happening is that promoters, if you are throwing an R&B night, reach out to all of the R&B artists that you know. Then the rest of us will find that shit. Like you know what I mean. Then the rest of us will come across it if we have the time, and we will reach out. But the thing that really does bother me for real is that, um, I know that's kind of just the dues of this thing. That's just kind of like the dues that need to be paid in this R&B thing. But like, respectfully, with love, I would rather you book me with. Yeah, respectfully with love, I'd rather you book me. Like, if you're booking just me, like dolo by myself, I'd rather you like be booking me to open up for like a blues band or one of those kind of things. I'm tired of doing hip hop shows. You know why I'm tired of doing hip hop shows? Because the whole fucking time, because every fucking time I get booked for one, it's the same fucking thing that happens. Fuck is this singing ass nigga up here? Like I said, I know that's a part of paying the dues or whatever, but also that shit doesn't feel good. Like, you know what I mean? For those that don't know, like, this shit doesn't feel good. This is not a compliment anymore. That shit was a compliment in like 2016. So you can see why it wouldn't. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like that shit was like a compliment in like 2000, like 18, 2000. You know what I mean? 2017, 2018. Like, you know what I mean? Like 2018, 19. That shit was definitely a compliment. But now it's like, nigga, I've been singing for far too long for you to be like, who the fuck is this singing ass nigga? Sir, respectfully with love, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, respectfully with love, like, there is no possible way that like you literally only all you do all day long is just listen to rap music. You can't sit here and convince me of that. I don't believe you. I do not believe you. Well, for some of you young niggas, I believe it because of the way that y'all niggas talk to women and the way that you have a lack of said women. Um, for you young niggas, that shit tracks. But for you niggas that have been with your, like, you know what I mean? For you niggas that have been with your lady for all of like upwards of like 10 plus years, my G, you really expect me to believe that you got your girl listening to Young Dolph, rest in peace. But like it was the first date you took your lady on and you was bumping Young Jeezy in the whip. You think I'm ignorant, huh? Heard you. Heard you. But yeah, that's just the biggest thing now where it's just like that's just not a compliment anymore. Am I saying I'm the best singer ever? Fuck no. That's not what we're talking about here. The fact of the matter is, like, regardless of if you like it or not, like, hey, nigga, like, anytime I drop, the R&B community is the first community paying attention to everything that I have going on. And then a week, like, you know what I mean? Whether it be a week later, like a couple of months later or whatever, then the hip hop niggas come around. To be quite honest, and a lot, In a lot of the actual cases, the hip hop niggas be the last niggas to show up to whatever it is that I had going on. It'd be 3 months of me posting the albums out in my story for all the hip hop niggas to be like, oh shit. They're like, oh shit, that nigga dropped another album. Go, let homie, go. It's like, bro, we've been going. Where were you? Respectfully with love. Respectfully with love. I promise you, I have to keep saying that and like prefacing that because this shit is not me coming off as. I, you're right, Chad. I said I wasn't gonna explain anymore in 2024. But for those wondering, no, I'm not bitter. Um, it's just that thing of where now I am a decade in, and all of my songs are love songs. Why am I not being booked for more R&B shows here in the city? To follow that up, why are there not more R&B shows being done here in the city? Actual R&B shows. I'm talking like actual R&B shows where y'all niggas are actually ringing the line of actual R&B niggas. No, it's not a lot to take on. I've been thinking about it actually, because it's that thing of where it's just like you know what I mean. It's the thing of where it's just like that, like legit. That has been a question of mine. Like I've been sitting here asking that for so long, and it's just like you know what? I'm probably gonna have to get to the point where you know what I mean. Um, Now could I put one on next weekend? That would probably be a lot to take on. Absolutely. Um, but if I have a couple of months to plan it out, hmm hmm we could do it. But trust and believe that's actually like that also is actually another one of my like actual like passion projects. Um, to be honest with y'all, chat, that is another one of those things that I kind of like. Y'all here tonight, and then of course YouTube tomorrow will be like the first like two communities that will hear about it. But that's been something that I've been thinking about a lot often because you know that's always like that's legit always like my first mentality where it's just like you know what I sure have been asking why not this a lot, like I might as well just do it myself because nobody else is either a going to do it, b knows how to do it, or two gives enough of a fuck to do it. Oh yeah, definitely. It's definitely something that To be quite honest, my love, it's not just going to be you. It's going to be a couple of other people um, whose shoulders I'm going to need to tap for this. Um, because it's not just a thing of where it's just like it's not just in my world. What I'm starting to figure out is that um, this is an actual thing like worldwide where a lot of a lot of y'all in y'all worlds like I mean we all have the internet, so like we all are seeing that the general discourse is that so many people believe that R&B is dead. And oh, does that hurt my heart so? Because we know that that shit isn't the case. Um, and like I said, that thing when PG brought it up in his chat, and like I told y'all, like I got a little bit upset when the question was asked, and then it was just like, and then it was also that other thing where it was just like, you know what? Just like, you know what, little bro, what you just like, you know what, baby bro, what you gotta do is you gotta also start um getting behind some of these bigger names that are also like standing on business when it comes to the R&B movement. Uh i.e. like the R&B money guys with like, you know what I mean? The R&B money podcast and like, you know what I mean? The things that Tank and Jay Valentine are doing. Um in that aspect, like, you know what I mean? Like that's the like, you know what I mean? Like that's like the upper echelon of it, right? Because they're doing their due diligence with their podcast to like, you know what I mean, to help tell the history of R&B like at that level, right? And then I just do believe that it did, like, you know what I mean, from there it does go down the chain to even the very very local levels. Um but absolutely that is definitely um you are absolutely right. Definitely that is a plan ahead thing. Um And also another thing of where just like not just that thing of where on February 14th all y'all niggas is gonna do all day is listen to R&B. Like, nah, none of that old fuck ass shit. I'm talking about doing more shit like maybe once a week. Once a week might be asking too much of you niggas. Maybe once a month. Y'all niggas do some R&B shit. Yeah? Which leads me into my next point. Cause chat. You already know this is what's gonna happen. He said, well, you hear from me when you need me. I mean, that's why. He said, hear from me when I need you. Well, that is why. First of all, you know, to no end. Um, that's factuals. Um, that's why again, you are the number one. You are the number one mod here in the chat. That's why you noticed. That's what you noticed. I don't know if you remember this, and I'm gonna get back into my point in a second. But I don't know if you remember this, Miss Lady J. You do realize I gave you your sword on Twitch. I gave you your mod sword on Twitch, and then I told you I gave it to you. Whereas in I only did that for you and one other person. Okay, so you do remember. Yeah. I only did that for you and my good sister Stoop. Because you already know. For those that don't know, Stoop is my dog. That's my dog right there. Um, the other two that asked, I trust. The other two that asked me about getting a sword, um, I gave it to them because I trust them, and I still trust them. Just because they ain't been here in a while doesn't mean that I don't trust them. I just understand that there's this thing called life that goes on, so that you know what I mean. Yeah, I understand that there's this thing called life that goes on, and I am a evening streamer. I can't say late night because late night technically, yeah, I can't say late night. I know some people be like, well, why the hell not? Because technically, late night is like 10 p.m. to like uh 2 a.m. I want it, girl. Anyway, um, shout out to Adrian Marcel, by the way. Anywho, um, so yeah, I'm one of those streamers where it's just like you get like you know what I mean. Like you didn't had your whole day of work. You get off work, you hop on this here purple app, and here I am, help help wind your day. You like you know what I mean? Come wind your day down in the cozy clubhouse type beat type shit. Yeah. So like I get um schedule wise due to the fact that I'm on the left coast, for those that were wondering. And all of my mods and a lot of my community members are on the other side of the fucking world, the East Coast. Well, Indy's kind of Midwest, no? Or do they consider y'all East Coast still? I never remember. Cause it's one of those. Midwest. I thought so. Because it's always the reason why I asked that, and I promise you I'm going to get back to the original point about the R&B thing. But the reason why I asked that is because it's always Indy and Kentucky that I get confused about. Because you ask some people from Kentucky and they will swear up and down that they are the South. And then you ask other people that are from Kentucky and they'll be like, they're Southern Midwest. They're like South but Midwest but South. And it's like, that's not how that works. I don't think you know how geography works for real. St. Louis too. There's a lot of people that be from St. Louis that be like, maybe like, I'm not from the Midwest. I'm from St. Louis. That's the East Coast. That's more east of the Midwest, but you're still in the Midwest, buddy. And Indy is just because of my brain. Indy, I just be confused because it's like y'all are Midwest, but y'all get like East Coast level snow. So that's why I always have to ask. Did you get that? Yeah. Like it's like be like it's like there be like days where like I'll remember and I'll be like, oh yeah, Indy's Midwest, and then like, but then y'all will get like East Coast, like y'all will have like an East Coast level winter vis-a-vis the degree droppage and shit, and I'm like, I'm like, no, but yeah, no, y'all are Midwest. Okay, okay, I think I got it. Only gonna remember that for like a month, and then I'm gonna ask again like an idiot. And see, this is also another thing of where you said you'll be here to answer it next time. I appreciate that, cause yes. Um, but getting back to the main point, um, helping cultivate and grow the R&B community, not just here in my city, but also in the interweb verse as well. Um, because what I decided to do this year, rather than getting upset whenever this conversation and this discourse keeps coming up about, oh, is R&B dead? Is R&B dead? Is R&B dead? Did R&B die? Who killed R&B? Blah 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 blah. Rather than getting upset and being like, "You sorry motherfuckers? Do you not know?" Like, you know what I mean? Rather than going that route and possibly getting myself banned out of a bunch of Twitch chats for being upset about the conversation about R&B, I'm not gonna promote it in other people's chats. But if people ask, it'd be but when I'm in other chats and when people will be like, "Well, what are you doing about the state of R&B?" I now have an answer for you. Come on over to the twitch.tv/BVMBIXBAB. No. That's my Spotify. Come on over to the Twitch, BVMB1, twitch.tv/BVMB1 underscore 47. Where on Tuesday nights, the doors of the R&B church will now officially be open. Because as y'all know, I don't post I don't post the Tuesday VODs, the Tuesday Twitch VODs on the Red app no more. Um, and I was doing that in preparation because I knew I wanted to start doing more stuff like this. Yeah. Um, so now, what I am going to premise this with is this is not my original idea. This is an idea that my good sis and my favorite koala, OM Jess. Shout out to OM Jess. So when you see this, sis, I love you so much. But yes, I got this idea from her because in her Discord, there are a lot of K-pop listeners in her. You know what I mean? There are a lot of fans of K-pop in her community, uh, and so there is a section in her. There's a sector in her Discord called the K-pop Congregation, and they have K-pop church services in OMJS's Discord. Um, and let me just say, a time is had every single time that happens. Um, y'all know I'm a music thought, so I don't like, you know what I mean. I just like if the music is good and if the music is goddamn jamming, I'm there for it. Yeah, they have K-pop church services. Yeah, they call it the K-pop. Like, you know what I mean. When they're in Discord, that the Discord then turns to the K-pop cathedral. I believe that's an actual like voice chat in her actual Discord. Um, you said you've heard it all. I mean, look, it's not blasphemous. Why is why is it every time I bring this up, people are like, "Oh God." A church is a place where you are spreading the good news. I am here. You're just saying because of how wild it sounds. Okay, that's fair. Um, yeah, it does sound a little wild, but hey, fuck it, we here, we ball. Okay, this is what it is. Okay, so a church is a place where they spread the gospel. The gospel is another term for the good news. I am here to spread the good news about the thing, about this culture and genre of music that I grew up loving, albeit a lot of it in secret because I was not old enough. Not that I wasn't old enough. I wasn't supposed to be liking some of the songs that I was liking. Case in point, growing up, I wasn't supposed to like the thong song as much as I did. I didn't know the thong song was about him wanting to see a girl's underwear. I just liked the rhythm. I just liked the rhythm and the melody. I was like, ooh, because you live in the vida loca. She had dumps like a truck. I was like, what? Baby, with your butt. I think I sang it again. She had dumps like a truck. I was like, what? All night long. Let me see that song. I love it when your booty go da 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 da. I love it when your booty go. I love it when your booty show. Da 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 da. Excuse me. Um, but yes, there is a good news that needs to be spread about this here, my favorite genre of music. I am an R&B baby to my core, and I am tired of acting like you know what I mean. I'm tired of acting like that's not what this is. You said what goes on in this service? I'm glad you asked. So, for the first night of the R&B services, we're just gonna play. We're just gonna be here on Twitch. We're gonna be talking about it, having conversations, and it's going to be us just jamming to either your favorite R&B jams, a lot of my favorite R&B jams, maybe jams that all of us have probably forgotten about. Type beat, type shit. No matter what decade. It doesn't matter what decade. It could have came out last week, last year, 10 years ago. I don't give a fuck. If it's your favorite song, we're playing it. Uh-huh. See? Now you're understanding. Now you're sending. Now you're understanding. If you so happen to if a puddle it begins to be created in your seating area, um, that's fine. That's welcomed. It's R&B. That's bound to happen. That's bound to happen when you're singing songs um, about love and intimacy and the things that lovers do. I'm getting hot. Where's my towel? This wasn't supposed to happen just yet. Mm. Um, it said you've heard that happens. Yes, it does. It happens a lot. Happens a lot. Um, from what I've heard, uh, I do gotta talk to my good sister OM Jess about where she got her wet vac and if she ever got a wet vac back, because because my good brother OM Kneebacks, aka the bully, uh, he took the wet vac, and I don't believe he ever brought it back to the K-pop cathedral, and he's probably still in trouble about it. I, I'm gonna ask about that privately because I'm not gonna ask about that on stream and get him in trouble because I'm not a snitch. But yes, so while there is a K-pop congregation over in Gym World, we all know that I'm an R&B head and I'm an R&B baby. So we're gonna have an R&B congregation. So yeah, this first The first official service is just legit going to be tomorrow. At what time do I stream on Tuesdays? I'm not looking like I'm looking like I don't have a whole schedule here on Twitch. Hold please. Ah, yes. You said which place has this so-called K-pop service? It's in OMJS's Discord. So is she live on Twitch? Because I know she doesn't check those. Is she live? Ah, she is. Um, I will share you the link to her Twitch channel, and you can you know what I mean. Next time she goes live, you can ask her about the Discord, and she can tell you all about the K-pop congregation and when they have their next K-pop service. Um, and they will tell you all about the good news that is the gospel of K-pop. Now, as far as the R&B services, tomorrow's first ever R&B tomorrow's first ever inaugural R&B service will be at 5 p.m. You know I'm on the West Coast, so that's Pacific time. Pacific time. Don't meet me here, beat me here. Um, and you can sit as close to the front or as far in. You can sit as close to the anointing as you want to, or as far in the back as your heart desires. What all that matters is the Holy Spirit that is R&B is going to hit you, and when it hits, I will have to get some ushers in place. I'm gonna have to get some waters and some towels and get some folks to revive y'all because y'all are gonna have y'all moments. Some of y'all I've already had a moment of me posting that little snippet of me doing the Chris Brown thing in Discord. I'm so glad y'all like pushed me to actually do it because now I'm actually not nervous to do it anymore. That doesn't mean I'm gonna be just doing it on command, so don't be asking because that's kind of weird. You said you can't sneak food if you're in the front. Well, okay, well then don't sit in the front. I feel like you're not listening to me, and I don't feel heard. And now I'm getting frustrated because I don't feel heard. You said your body could never, but more power to me. I mean, listen, you didn't see it because I played it off really, really well, but I almost, uh, my wrist almost said snap, crackle, and the pop. So Yes. Or better yet, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I can send you an invite to the Gym World Discord on Discord. I'll figure that out. I'll figure that out. But I like, you know what I mean? But yes. Anywho, R&B service. Tomorrow's the first one. He said, sounds good. Yeah, I'll figure it out. The first inaugural Cozy Clubhouse R&B service. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Damn. It's Lady J. I know that life has been lifing for our good sis Tina J, but let her know about it as well. R&B service tomorrow, because we know she probably gonna be slow grinding on Teddy, her teddy bear. For those that were wondering, you said you sure will, because you know we love her dearly, and she is always welcome here, and she will always have a place here and a spot here in the cozy clubbed house. Um, but yes, but also what I was saying, like, so like how my good sis OMJS does her K-pop services is they have themes. I think the last theme that they had was they did the they did what she called the B-side baptisms. Can you tell she loves alliteration? Do you understand why she's one of my favorite peoples on this here purple app? Is it is one plus one making two for you? Is the math mathin'? And so what they did with the B-side baptisms is they played no hits, only all the B-sides from all the favorite groups. And well, apparently I just had to be there. Um, you said that's creative? Yeah, it is. So yes, reason why I'm saying all of this is that so when we start doing this, y'all are gonna have to go over there and say thank you for creating this idea because that's where I got the idea from. Now, granted, it's not K-pop. Ours is R&B, but yes, there will be themed nights for said services. Um, and ours will be every Tuesday from henceforth. Um, I believe the K-pop uh, congregation does it like once a month or once every other month, something like that. Something like that. You guys will have to ask questions. You guys will have to. The next time I send y'all to Jess, if y'all have any more questions, y'all can do the asking. You say, got it? Yeah. Yeah. Ours is gonna be every Tuesday from now until until the man upstairs comes back. Um but yes, so that's gonna be the thing, that there will be themed nights. Um of course. Like, you know what I mean? We might do one night where we do you can't go past a specific decade. Um or we might do another thing where the themes will be like you can't be nobody, like you can't play nobody younger than this specific age, which means yes, y'all are gonna have to do y'all Googles, but so will I, because like, you know what I mean. And so you like that idea? It just, I just, these are just some of many ideas that I have. Um, I know folks are busy, but we might be able to also invite some guests. Um, we might do artist specific nights, so we're only playing songs from this specific artist catalog, or we're only playing this artist from this specific album. Uh, yes, the possibilities are endless when it comes to that. Yes. So yeah, for those of y'all that might, for those of y'all that'll be out there and be like, oh, he sure does complain a lot about the R&B community not being this, that, and the other. Well, what is he doing about it? Well, now I'm doing something about it. So if I'm still complaining afterwards, fight me. But yes, that's just some of those ideas as far as that. Because it's this thing of where it's something that I was thinking about a lot about last year. Just like there's that thing where it's just like I'm so tired of people being like, "Oh man, R&B just ain't what it used to be," and just blah 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 blah, and all of this other thing, and then just like I'm not gonna lie. So a lot of it of why that's why that again, coupled with a lot of other things, mental health wise, is why I didn't do a lot of streaming. Um, Towards the end of 2023, because it was just like the thing where just like people would be saying this stuff, and I'd be in their chats, and I'd be like, "Damn, so fuck me, huh?" Just a whole ass R&B artist in your chat, and just fuck me, huh? That's it's tough. Still love you though. My feelings are hurt, but I still love you though. But yeah, but just realizing that it just like instead of like being so down on myself or like beating myself up about it, it's just like, hey man, just so it just means better things are coming. Absolutely. And then it's just also that thing of where just like I really just had to have like a real ass like grown up conversation with myself and be like, hey man, say man, how about just cultivate a place? You know what I mean? How about you just cultivate a place where that's like, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's definitely where it's definitely where we're headed anyway. Cause chat, y'all know me, and y'all know for those that are here, like you know what I mean. Y'all know that I've had uh, the ups and the downs with my career to this point. Um, but especially like the tail end of last year is what a lot of things of like what I'm starting to figure of what I am now figuring out like hindsight being 2020 because it's like that thing like when you're in it like you're just like you know what I mean like when you're in whatever's going on you're just in the middle of whatever's going on so like you know what I mean like you could have people like with you which a lot of you guys were there being like hey, it's gonna be okay you're gonna get through it and all of those things and all of that is true but a lot of it is just like now I'm discovering like I'm now starting to discover like now that I'm not in the middle of my mental funk I'm now starting to discover and like see all of the little things that led to that ultimately led to that very dark 2 months for yours truly and it was that thing of where the biggest thing is that I'm sitting here complaining about not being good enough and I really wasn't even like identifying um I really wasn't like looking myself in the face as like you know what I mean for the artist that I am right now uh, and like you know what I mean, it is that thing where it's like I was getting so mad and so upset at so many people, but it is that thing of where it's just like I don't even identify as a rapper anymore. So like, why is like, it's like and first of all, like people don't have telekinesis, so like they don't know that. Um, and it's just I don't know how this works in y'all's local cities with y'all local artists, but where I'm from, in my city, like that's kind of like just a natural thing that happens. Like they just naturally just assume they hear local artists and like unless they like seen you just get off stage and like just perform like but 2 seconds ago, um, they don't know like you know what I mean. Their just natural assumption is just gonna be like rapper, right? And instead of me like being the smart and like you know, the smart person that I am and being and like you know what I mean and being because I'm very able to articulate myself. So rather than just being like, well, actually, like, you know what I mean? It's like, well, actually, I actually identify as an R&B rock star. Like you know what I mean? Like instead of like actually having that conversation, I would just be like because I didn't want to like confuse, quote unquote, confuse people or make shit complicated. I would just be like, sure, I guess. And then some people would be like, oh, that's cool. And then other people would be like, wait, whoa, why I guess? And then it's like, because I rap occasionally, but like majority of my records, chat, you guys can vouch for me on this. Majority of the songs that I put out, especially last year, were they or were they not love songs or love or relationship songs adjacent? Said they were. Okay, so yeah, so then why am I letting people so it was that thing where it's just like, okay, so then like if that was the case, then why am I letting these people tell me what type of artist I am? Now again, you're gonna get people that have been following me for a long time that are gonna be like, oh well, I liked you better as a rapper. It's like, cool, well that music is still somewhere on the internet. Go you can go and find that and download it and like you know what I mean, and you'll have that forever and that'll be the memory of me that you have forever. And like you know what I mean? And I will love that for you. But for anybody else that I meet henceforth, R&B is my base genre. We know this. Everything else expands from there. Because again, for those in the chat that know, and for those of you in the YouTube that know, on the YouTube side of things that know that I R&B has been a part of my life way longer than hip hop than rap has. The first rap song I ever listened to was if I ruled the world by Nas and Lauryn Hill. Right hand to God, honest to goodness truth. And I heard that song and I was like, I heard that song. I was like, what, 10, 11, something like that, somewhere around there. Because at that point, before then, I literally thought my whole aspect in the world of music was I thought it was just gospel music, Motown, and R&B music. And then I got introduced to hip hop, and then even still, I wasn't right away like just like, oh yeah, hip hop, rap music, this is cool. I was like, I even still early, I very then I was even then I was like, I don't know. Like, man. And then the pop punk scene started happening, and I was like, "Oh, what's that stuff with the guitars?" I was like, "Oh, what's that stuff with the guitars and the super emo singing? I like that." You said that's pop punk or punk rock? Groovy. Give me more. Pause. But and then hip hop kind of like found its way to uh found its way to catch on for me around the crunk music era. So yeah, like, you know what I mean, around the snap dance and the crunk music stuff. Um, I mean, of course, when I was growing up, like, you know what I mean, obviously Outkast and like the Dungeon Family and stuff, but I didn't know that was rap music then. I literally called that shit like its own genre. I was like, yeah, I like the Dungeon Family music, but I don't. I was like, I listen to the Dungeon. I was like, I listen to like Dungeon Family music, but I don't listen to rap. And then people were like, but you do though, because that's rap music. And I was like, oh, I was like, oh, well, could have fooled me, but like could have fooled me personally, but you know, I'm so sorry. Y'all just got a whole eye full of yawns. But yes, so yeah. So again, it's not that thing of where it's all of my hip hop friends. It's not that thing of where it's just like I don't enjoy that. It's just I don't have the same connection to hip hop like y'all boys do. If that makes more sense to y'all. And so it's just like, you know what I mean? Like y'all have grown up with hip hop all y'all little lives and y'all are like, I love hip hop so much. Hip hop is the only genre that's never done me wrong. I'm just like, you said it does? Cool. Like, you know what I mean? Well, like all of my friends are like, all of like my friends that are rappers, they'll be like, you know what I mean? I love hip hop. Hip hop is the only genre that's never done me wrong ever in life. Or hip hop is the only thing that's like never done me, oh, that's never done me wrong in my entire life. I just been like, okay, see, that's how I feel, but about R&B. Because again, while all of y'all was in there, like, you know what I mean? While all of y'all was in school getting your flows and getting your raps and getting your lyrics tight, I was that little lovesick nigga in the back of the class talking about some turn the lights off in this place. And she shines just like a star. And I swear I know her name. I just don't know who you are. Turn the music up in here. I still see her loud and clear. I can taste her in my ear, telling me that she wants to own me, to control me. Come closer, come closer. Y'all want the hook, chat? Fuck it. And I just can't pull myself away under a spell I can't break. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. And so, yeah, while all of y'all was like, oh man, Ice Cube, today was a good day. I was like, man. I was like, man, that Trey Songs. Said you was jamming, I'm sure. I just can't stop. Like, you know what I mean? All of my friends was like, man, Ice Cube, NWA, DMX, E40. Like, E40, who was really popular in the city around that time? Oh, D-Lo. I was like, um, I was like, I was like, I mean, I was like, Breezy just put out another album. That shit's pretty flames. Uh, you know what I mean? Them niggas was still, like, you know what I mean? Well, all of my friends was still like, Nook, if you buck, Nook, if you buck, Nook, Nook, if you buck. Nah, I was there for that song. Yeah, well, they was like D-Lo, E40, guys like Young Kurt. I don't know if y'all have ever. That's probably a super local thing. I, but it okay. I'm not gonna say it, but it does though. But anyway, yeah, Young Kurt might have been too local. Well, like y'all was listening to that shit. Not y'all, chat, but all of, like, you know what I mean. All of the people I was hanging out was listening to stuff like that. All of the, like, the rap, like all of, like, the, like, hip hop, like, rap shit. I was like, man, this like, man, these T-Pain songs, this new Usher song, that Love in the Club. I was like, this man made a song about fucking a girl in the club. I was like, that's the coolest shit in the world. I was like, oh man, that's so cool. I was like, oh man, that's so cool. I want to be an R&B singer so bad. He said, LOL, that he did. That he did, indeed. Legit, that was like that song where I was like, oh man, I want to be an R&B singer so fucking bad. I was like, you mean to tell me I can think about doing nefarious actions like that and no one will be like, ew, gross. You mean to tell me I can literally sing to a girl? It ain't my first time, but baby girl, we can pretend it. Just bumping, grinding, girl, tonight will never end. Let me take you down. And she'll be with it? You mean to tell me I can sing a song about being in love with a girl who dances on a pole and no one will judge? Even though that song was about T Pain making fun of his friend. But still, you mean to tell me I can get on this here microphone and say, she poppin', she rollin', she climbing that pole, and I'm in love with a stripper. And everybody will be like, yeah, man, that's actually all right. Or, and then a guy like Frank Ocean comes out, right? And I already told y'all that story about how I was out there. I was literally that kid when Frank Ocean came out. I was literally that kid doing my work and then be in the back of the class. A tornado flew around my room before you came. Excuse the mess it made. It usually doesn't rain in Southern California, much like Arizona. My eyes don't shed tears before they fall. Or when Marvin's Room came out, people be like, "But Drake's a rapper." But that R&B Drake, that R&B Drake hit something kind of different. Well, honestly, even some of the newer stuff, even though some of the stuff he says is cringy, but you mean to tell me you really thought I wanted to be a rapper after hearing a song like Cups of the Rose, Chiz in my old phone, I should call one and go home. I've been in this club too long. The woman that I would try, she's happy with a good guy. But I've been drinking so much that I'ma call her anyway and say, Fuck that nigga that you love so bad. I know you still think about the times we've had. I'll say fuck that nigga that you think you found. And since you picked up, I know he's not around. And not only that, so that song drops, right? And then not only that, then we get a Christopher Maurice Brown version of Marvin's Room. I am a teenager in high school. I have no business listening to a song where this man is talking about, I bet if I lick that spot, then you won't act like that. Girl, you know what happened last time. Until you wait till I hit that spot, girl, you remember that? What does she remember? And why, why every time this version of this song is playing, all the girls in class start acting like they about to catch the Holy Spirit in the back of this here classroom. I'm just sitting here listening to the song all naive. I'm just like happy because it's my favorite, one of my favorite R&B singers. It's one of my favorite artists, and I'm just like, yeah, man. If I was Drake, I'd be pissed because this nigga killed his own song. Oh, they was catching the spirit. I know that now. I didn't know that then. But that's what was happening. It was just the spirit of R&B. Because it always was that part when it was, I bet if I lick that spot, then you won't act like that. And then whatever girl I was sitting next to in the back of the class that was listening to the song with me would be like, I'm broken. Like, you good? You got a boo boo or something? What's wrong with you? Now I realize what was happening. Because now every time I listen to that Marvin's Room remix, I'm like, oh, oh, the girls I was hanging out with at high school were nasty. That's what I found out. So I found out much later in my life. I was like, oh, y'all nasty. Mm-hmm. Because then right after that, then what came out? Then what? Oh, hold on. Hold please. We're gonna do some research. What year did that Fame album come out? 2011. Yes, I was a junior in high school. Yeah, that was when I was a junior in high school because that's when all of y'all was like, not y'all, but that's when the young ladies that I was around at the time, that was like, like they was telling all they was talking to each other in they little Y'all know how y'all do. And y'all little girl powwow circles be like, girl, if I play this song, let the side of your body drip, drip, drip. It's like you're both sets of lips. Mind your business. Don't come in the room. Yeah, girl, you heard what I said. I'm gonna make you wet the bed. Yeah, yeah. And I was like, oh, girls are nasty. I was like, oh, girls can't say nothing about niggas being gross. Females are freaks. Y'all just have more self control than us, is all. You said you're glad you're innocent. Stop. Anyway, but yeah, I legit. That's when I legit. That's legit in 2011 when I came to that realization instantly. Like when that song started circulating around campus, and I was like, I was like, oh yeah, y'all can't tell me nothing about being nasty ever again in life. And all the girls, what you mean? What you mean? Listen to this song. Listen to the song that's your favorite song right now. And lie to me in my face and tell me that I'm nasty still. First of all, the intro to that song is disgusting. And I mean that in the most positive way possible. Let the sound of your body drip, drip, as I kiss both sets of lips. Hey, yo! Again, I mean that in the most positive way possible. But yeah, y'all girls ain't slick. Which legit had me looking at all of them girls from middle school a whole lot differently. Because it was like, because I'd be all slow. I'd be like, why? Why you keep saying y'all? Shall I boot up Discord? Shall I boot up Discord right now and go through your favorite songs list? Go through all of your favorite songs that you posted in Discord. Don't look at you like what? Like I know the truth? Okay. See, so you testing my gangster is what I'm hearing. My gangster is being tested. Bet. Keep fucking with me. You wanna play? It wasn't me. It was Forge. Cap. Mm-hmm. Loading. Loading. Waiting. I can't believe you really brought this upon yourself. This is crazy work. This is sick. This is sickening. So, like I said, that's when I discovered, and I started to look at all of y'all women folk different. Even you ones that was liking girls, y'all still nasty too. Hold, please. Because what's not about to happen is you not about to play in front of you not about to play in my face like this. Talk about so it wasn't me, it was forged. Mm-mm. You gonna have to explain yourself today. First of all, forged is sick work. I just want you to know that forged is absolutely the sickest of work possible. Really gonna have me boot up Discord like I don't have recipes. Hold on, let me just go over there and make sure you don't try to delete nothing because you ain't slick. You said it's true? Cap. It's true, Cap is what it is. Ah, and what is this I see? The first two songs that were recently posted. Made Love First, Mark E. Basie, and Kalani. You want to try and sit here and lie to me and tell me that that's not a nasty song? Let's keep going, shall we? Right above it, Davion Ferris. Freak or what? What did I read wrong? Okay, so now you wanna play in my face. So now you really wanna play in my face. Like both the nail. Okay, bet. Ah, wait. What do you mean? All of us on the West Coast call him Mark E. Basie. We don't call him what? What is what? You think his name is Mark E. Bassey? And you said, in your defense, that's on the list. You didn't pick them. Okay, bet. So you just think I'm ignorant. Okay, for sure. I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. All right. Uh-huh. You just let it shuffle. Be honest, your shuffle is then your shuffle is nasty. Even your shuffle is nasty. Not my fault. It's 234 hours of those types of songs. But y'all not nasty. Mm. Oh, this is rich. He said, I'm not. I'm just supporting the creator of said list. Explain. Right now. Explain. Oh, what do we have here? Blow your back out. I'm sorry. I didn't say it right. Blow your back out by attitude. Explain. Those are on the list. Trey songs. Scratching me up. It's not looking good for you. I can tell you this right now. You are proving my point the more I scroll up. Shall I continue? Your silence is compliance. That doesn't count. That comes from me. You said I'm gonna post a list. I didn't make this up. It doesn't matter. You are listening to said list. You think posting the list go save you? You're nasty. nasty. Said you need to broaden your choices. All right, well, you got some safe ones in here. You got corn. You got that loving me joint by Shorty's name, who I never know how to say right. I think it's Jane. Or it's Janae and she just spells it weird. I don't know. Okay, then we have when I shared all of my Spotify playlist that I shared with y'all on stream. Then we have this one is rich. I sure want you to explain this one. Then you have CNN by Alexis Marie. Explain yourself. I know what she says in this song. But y'all not nasty, right? I'll just continue on up. Found that one on TikTok. Which lets me also know what kind of freaky TikToks you watch. Anyway, then we have Guy, Yearning for Your Love. Self explanatory. Shower Me with Your Love by Surface. Oh, somebody trying to justify it. Hmm. Hmm. Sex songs, you say? You have a sex songs playlist, but you're innocent. I like how you thought posting this was going to explain you. We're going to. You found it looking for another song with a typo. Commercial break. I now have a throne. If you like the streams, if you love me, if you support me, if you want to get anything off of said throne list to see the streams improve, go get the throne. Go hit this linked. Or head on over here and hit exclamation point be throne. And that'll get you the link as well. Back to our regularly scheduled program with a typo. Hmm. And then she tags me in it and says I didn't do it. You hearted it. So you did do it. To find it again to support. He's not a playlister. He doesn't make money off of people supporting his playlist. I know that for sure. I can tell. You want to know how I can tell? He doesn't have a profile picture. You said you listen where you can. Let's put a pin in this topic, ladies and gentlemen. No matter how much they want to deny it, girls are just as much, if not more, freaky than us males. So the next time a girl wants to make you feel like you're nasty and you're being gross, you be like, let me see your phone. What your Spotify playlist hit for? You really just tried to play in front of my face. That's what's crazy is. You said, now see, my list is normal. I didn't make this one. So once again, I'm innocent. It's in your favorites, so it counts. And again, save it with the I was supporting. You're nasty. You so lucky I'm on stream right now. I don't want to say what I really want to say. But I also have evidence in my text messages. But you're innocent. So like I said, all my ladies out there, I love y'all. You were framed. Cap. You were framed. Cap of hell. Anyway, bottom line, period, point blank. All my ladies out there, I love y'all. but y'all just as freaky and nasty as us dudes. If I know, I love that for you. Get it how you live, queen. Live your best, twin. If you too have you a freak nasty sex playlist, live your truth. Don't cap about it and be like, I was framed. No, you're just nasty. And that's fine. I don't judge. You said I like it though? Exactly. But I also own my shit. Y'all lucky. I my drummer told me no. The name of our band was gonna be called Demon Time. You said no, that's not you. I was set up. And then right after that says, "Oh wait, Demon Time? I'm here for that." Yeah, the drummer said no. He didn't want to be in an R&B rock band that was known for fucking time. With my judgmental eye holes, I'm not judging you. And eye holes is crazy. I know where your mind is at. Hey yo, I'm just looking. But yeah, the name of the band was gonna be called Demon Time. But my drummer was like, "Nah, that seems a little too freaky." And to which I responded, "What's wrong with that?" And he said, "Yeah, nah." He said, "Yeah, nah, dog." But again, I own my truth. Some of y'all in this community. So on to the next subject. Oh, now we feel judged. Bet. Auntie who's in. So I've been getting a lot of DMs about this subject as of lately. And I promised a couple of people I was going to talk about it on the next pod. So here it is. To all those people that are wondering what happened into my Christian hip hop days, where did those days go? Why do you not make that same kind of music anymore? Um, cool. Let's talk about it. I already technically have a little bit, but let's really talk about it again, I guess. Because y'all want to know so bad. And again, a lot of y'all are newer. So that's also a thing, too, right? Um, again, I how do I word this right? So early in my career, I was signed to an independent record label. Uh, doesn't matter what the name is because it's not relevant. Um, so yeah, I was signed to an independent Christian record label. Um, I met the individual that started the label about like all of like 2 months before. Then this said individual comes back around, reaches out to me and the group that I'm a part of at the time and says, "Hey, I want y'all to be a part of the label." And then more specifically, comes around, and it comes to find out that he really only signed the group. First off, was more specifically because of me, and just because I was the most active member of the group, that I guess you could say. Um, because we didn't really put out that many group projects like that. Um, there wasn't that many like group records that we worked on like that. Um, except for when they asked us to do like theme songs for the church camp that we performed at a lot. Um, I performed that every year and things like that. Um, but then it came to the fact that I just wanted to be. I was pursued after in this instance because of the fact that I was the most active in the group and I was the most bookable um, at the time. Again, at the time, being young and naive, I kind of just seen that as like a. It was like, oh, cool. That's what it is. That's love. Now in hindsight, it's just that whole thing for me where it's just like now business. Now looking at it business wise, it's just like nigga, if that was the case, like you should have just anyway. Cause that's that. So that's that on that. Fast forward, I'm running around. I'm doing the things. We're doing the shows. We're getting a lot of opportunities. Um, people who are in that arena of life are starting to look at us as like the next level of superstars. Um, and things are really, really uptaking and trending in the right direction. Or so it would seem on the outside. Not like you know what I mean. So it would seem from the outsider. Uh, the whole time internally, It's not just me. Multiple different artists are coming up and like have like and are like, yo, starting to have the conversation where it's just like, hey yo, hey man, say man, look, we doing all of these shows and we getting booked for to do all of these different block parties and all of these other different events and things of that nature. We're gonna start to need a check from this. Which would make sense, right, chat? Like at that point, like you know what I mean? Like doing a lot of shit for like a label at this point and just like, hey man, like some compensation is like some compensation at some point. Yes, no. That was what I thought. And it was the thing of where even my 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 good sis and group member at the time, Case, shout out to Case, wherever you at, love you sis. Um, was even like, yo, like you know what I mean? Like even with the house that she was staying at the time, she was like, I can't walk over to who my landlords are and be like, hey, thanks for letting me stay here. And yeah, it's cool. Like, yeah, it's like, hey, thanks for letting me stay here. I think that's really, really cool. And like that just be like the end of that conversation every month. Yeah, so like you know what I mean. So like these conversations are happening, and now the group is getting now the not the group now it's like literally an internal like division within the label because there's some that are on one side of it and are like you know what I mean. There's some that are on one side of it and they're just like, hey man, say man, like you know what I mean. Like hey man, like we're doing this for the Lord and yeah, it's not about the money and it's just like and those of us that were on the other side of it is just like yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not about that, but also we are providing a service and services are being rendered and and in order for folks to take y'all serious as a business, that check gonna have to get cut at some point from somebody. Somebody is gonna have to start cutting the check. And it became that whole thing of where then it started to become a thing of where it's just like the part of other, like, you know what I mean, the other people that were managerial positions on staff at the label were like, hey man, this is kind of like, you know what I mean, like this situation is kind of dragging on like a little bit too long. And if all of the top booked artists, and if all of like the top booked artists at the label are saying that they need a check, then like you need to start compensating your artists, or they're gonna leave. And then when I found out that conversation was happening, I was like, oh, little do they know. Oh, little do they know. So to all of those that were like the fan of this era and this time period, I'm about to like expose a whole lot that's gonna make a lot of y'all niggas sad. And I don't, and I, you know what I mean. And I apologize to the fact that y'all didn't know that that's what was going on behind the scenes, but that's what was going on. That's the kind of stuff that was going on behind the scenes. It was a literal divide of where like one half of the group of where it was like, oh, the money shouldn't be the main thing that y'all are focused on, and because of the fact of like what we're doing and who we're doing it for type shit. And while all of us that were on the other side of where it was just like, yeah, you're absolutely right, but also, we were just sitting there just being like, why do you think, like, how do you think church buildings stay open? Like, you know what I mean? And all this other thing. Like, hey man, it was like, yeah, there is a missionary service and part of it, but there's also a business side of this as well. And it's crazy, and like, you know what I mean? And it was seeming really, really crazy to me that the business side was being looked at as kind of like a joke or whatever. And then just like, I was like, oh yeah, bet. Now, mind you, I had just re upped for another 6 months at this point in time because, yeah, so we signed those deals in 6 month intervals for those that are wondering. Before this conversation that came up, I had already re upped for another 6 months. But I said that before I re upped for another 6 months. I said at some point we're gonna have to talk about this compensation situation because the shows that I was being booked for outside of the like, you know what I mean, outside of them going through the label, I was being compensated for those shows. I'm not gonna say handsomely, but I was doing okay. I was doing okay. So yeah, so that was like, you know what I mean. That was the thing. So I'm starting to get booked around the city as well. Moving along with the stories, like I'm starting to get booked around the city as well for shows that aren't church events. Um, and I'm starting to get paid for those events as well. Which it then kind of like comes back to the point of where it was just like oh yeah, like my label definitely gonna have to like the label definitely gonna have to start cutting the check. And for when for when these folks call the label directly and book and like you know what I mean and ask for me. Um, like you know what I mean. We could talk about percentages and like what like what cut the label gets and all of those other things. But at some point, that conversation needs to happen. And then, in the midst of that conversation happening, all that in the midst of all that situation happening, there's people who are who I had, you know what I mean, who I befriended that were just in the music scene. Uh, that were not necessarily Christian artists, and that's the same question I kept being at. And I was asked this same question literally like 4 times in the same week by 3 different people. One of the people asked twice, for those that are wondering. Like, what? 3 different people, 4 times in 1 week? One person asked twice. Because I was at 2 different shows, and they were like, the first time they asked me, they was like, it was like, the label paying you for is your label paying you for when you get booked? And I was like, no, we're literally in the middle of that conversation right now. And then I seen them again another week, and they were like, so about that conversation we had, or seen them a couple of days later that same week, they were like, so about that conversation we had the other day. I was like, still working on it. I ain't seen anybody from the label this week. Uh, and we were doing another show, and then one of my artist friends, her mother was like, why are you not being paid for like for these shows you do? And I was like, and legit, I was like, you're not the first person to ask that this week. And the true question is, I'm trying to figure this out myself. So again, so that's what led into the initial conversation among some of us in the label being like, hey man, say man, we doing all of this, like, you know what I mean? We doing all of this running around the city and doing like all of this, like, you know what I mean? We're doing all of this in city touring and we ain't seeing not a nan check. What's up with that? And a year almost up, so what's happening? The first conversation went a certain way. I didn't like the way the conversation went. I was like, oh yeah. I was like, oh yeah, time to make some background provisions. So that's when instantly, what I do in the background, I hire my best friend Corey, again, rest in peace, as my first manager. I hire him as my manager. His sister agrees to be my assistant. his sister and her girlfriend at the time agreed to be my assistant and my bookkeeper. Um, and then yeah, Corey just agreed to start handling all of the bookings and looking at all of the money and shit. So I bring them on staff. We started talking about what the next moves are going to be for the summer going into next, like you know what I mean, for the summer going into next season. Um, like you know what I mean for the like you know what I mean for the upcoming summer months and like what the moves are going to be as far as that's concerned. Now, again, the whole time that's going on, I do wind up getting a little girlfriend at the time because you know that happens. Um, so I'm still doing the last little bit of shows. It is um, with the independent label, with that, you know what I mean, with said label. Um, and with everybody in it, like you know what I mean, and with everybody in this circle is gonna try to love to make this story about is that they're gonna try and tell you that they like you know what I mean that I was let go of from said label because of they weren't a fan of the relationship that I was in. No, no, no. That's only a part of it. That's only a part. A very, very small, minute part of it at that. I was already planning to leave. Hmm. I was already planning to leave because, as you can clearly tell, I had hired my best friend as a bit as my manager. Put some like you know what I mean. His sister and her girlfriend at the time agreed to be on staff. So you know what I mean. So I was already making the steps to start making some moves and making some shit shake for myself. Fast forward, a couple of months go by. The head of the label and one of the other artists in the group was like, "Hey man, big bro want to holla at you about some shit that he been seeing on the internet. Like let's set up a day for you to chop it up and talk to him." I was like, "Bet, let me get with my peoples and I'll get back to y'all." So legit, we meet at a we meet at a local cafe here in the city. So it's me and my team at the time. Um, the bro whose label it was, and another artist homie who was also on the label. Bro was like, bro was like, respectfully, like we're hearing things about you being in a relationship with this individual. We don't really like that. We don't think it's a good look. Blah 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 blah. All of this other shit. And instantly, my best friend Corey, who's sitting there at the time, like I'm legit like had my hand holding him back in his seat. My hands on his stomach. Pause. But like to like get him to calm down because like my friend Corey like wants to jump over the table and smack the dog shit out of both of these niggas. And so it's just like I'm like nah. I'm trying to keep Corey chill. He's talking or whatever. He says what he says at the end of that converse. You know what I mean? I let him finish his. I let him finish his spiel or whatever. Then I'm like, I'm gonna say my, and then I look at Corey and I'm like, I'm gonna say my piece, and then I'm gonna let you cook. I'm like, I just find it funny that y'all are trying to make the whole situation that you guys want me out about this when it's kind of funny because it's that thing of where y'all don't realize y'all can't kick me out because I'm about to dip type shit. So the two things we can do is I was like the crazy thing that y'all don't even know is like y'all sitting here like talking about oh, this is so hard. Like you know what I mean? This is so hard for us. Oh, we're gonna have to like we're just like nigga ain't shit hard. I'm leaving. I can either I can either finish my contract out or the very nanosecond I get up from this table, we could call that shit done right now. Type beat type shit. And it's that whole thing of where they're sitting there on the other side of the table looking all dumbfounded, like, where is this coming from? And I'm like, listen, I've been talking about this for months. I have been wanting to be compensated for what the fuck it is that I do. I was like, look, I've been talking about this for months. I've been getting booked for all of these shows. And any show that I've done with y'all, I ain't been getting paid for it. But all these other ones that I'm doing that aren't church events, I've been getting paid for it. Make that shit make sense. And then I said, speaking of which, Corey, go ahead. And Corey goes ahead and he starts to go through some shit. He starts to go through some documentation that I didn't even realize that I had signed. And he's like, in a couple of these documents, it says that, like, you know what I mean? Like, you guys actually wound up restructuring an agreement that's saying that you guys are going to start paying your artists. It's like, now my boy has done X amount of shows with y'all, and he hasn't seen a dime from any of those shows that he's done. Where's the money at? And bro, whose label it is, sitting across the table, acting like he doesn't know what it is that I'm talking about, or acting like he doesn't know what it is that we're talking about. And he's like, "What? What do you mean?" And I was like, "He said, where my money at?" And he still acted like he didn't know what we were talking about. And so both of us were like, "All right, bet." So here's what's gonna happen. I was like, "Bet." And so here's what's gonna happen, because this was gonna wind up happening anyways. Um, and y'all are gonna be the first to know it. I'm leaving the Christian hip hop space or the gospel rap space, whatever it is you want to call it. I'm leaving that space and I'm never coming back. Because if this is how shit is gonna work and operate on a small level, I don't want to see what it looks like at the top. Because y'all just treating this shit like I'm just doing favors for the homies type shit, and I'm not playing that, and I'm not playing that no more. Not playing that game anymore. Respectfully, respectfully with love, I'm not playing that game no more. I'm good and I'm groovy and I'm cool on that. Cool on all that. Type beat, type shit. Bro looks at me like he's seen it. Looks at all of us across the table. Looks like he's seen a ghost or something. Or looking at me like he had the boo boo. One of the two. I don't know. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm leaving. And he's like, yeah, I'm leaving, and I'm never coming back. Because if this is what this shit is like on a small level, I don't want to see what it's like at the top. I was like, so two things can happen. I can either get the backlog of what I've been owed and dip right now, and we don't ever have to speak on it ever. Like, you know what I mean? We don't ever have to speak on this conversation ever again. And like, or my manager here has a cousin who's a lawyer, and we can take this shit the legal route if that's what you want to do. And bro's like, oh, that's not necessary. Like, we'll figure something out and blah, 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 and all of this other shit. Gives me the runaround. I still ain't seen a dime of that money to this day. BT dubs. Fun fact, chat. Just so y'all know. I mean, if it's 6, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, friend. He said that's crazy. I mean, it is what it is. What, I'm supposed to be surprised? Um. So yeah, bro. But yeah, at the time, bro gives me the runaround, and I'm just like, all right, bet, whatever. Fuck this shit. We out. We dip out. Um. The other group that I was in at the time is like, hey, bro, like we heard you left the label. We heard you're leaving. We heard you plan on doing other ventures outside of gospel, like outside of gospel hip hop music. Is this true? And I'm like, yeah, I'm leaving. I'm like, yeah, I'm leaving. It's over. It's over. I'm like, in the words of Drake, it's over. It's over. I'm leaving. I'm gone. And then like, okay, well, all due respect, we love you and we love you to death. We are also not really like big fans of this relationship or whatever. So like, we just gonna have to respectfully chop you from the group. I was like, cool. That actually doesn't bother me because I was honestly gonna come to y'all and tell y'all that I was actually starting another group anyway. And so that split up was a little bit more amicable. Um, because literally then like right after that, then the club killers started. Um, and we started going around and doing all the different clubs here in the city. Um, and a couple of clubs in Southern California as well. Um, actually, a lot more clubs in Southern California as well. Um, and so that's how that half of the story happens. Um, I mean, I'm talking English, but that's fine. Um, but yeah, so for all of those people out there, trying to improve your English while watching Twitch is crazy. Respectfully, I ooh wee. But yeah, and to all of those individuals out there who were around during that part of the career, and who any of those who were involved in the community during that time period in life, and they have always been wondering, kind of like, oh, what happened? Because to a lot of y'all outside looking in, it looks like I just legit just like went from making Jesus music to fuck that shit. I'm taking flight. Like, you know what I mean? Fuck that shit. I'm taking flight. I'm fucking hoes. I'm making money. All of this other shit. And it's just like really that shouldn't have been a surprise. Um, because in all of the music that I was making as a gospel hip hop artist, I was having to filter myself anyway because there was a lot of times where in a lot of songs I wanted to cuss a lot of people out. And I was like, well, nah, we can't do that because Jesus music, right? So then it was that whole thing of where like then I come out as um, you know what I mean. Then I come out under my like you know what I mean. Then I come out under my new artist name, and then everybody's like, oh, oh my god. You said people in Twitch talk like real humans. If you say so. Not like those audios from the textbooks that they give you down here. I'm not even gonna ask. But yeah. So for those that like might have came like for those that like might have been surprised, it might have been like, oh, that was such a vast switch, just that fast, and it's just like actually it wasn't because while the label that I was previously under was sitting there trying to figure out what was going on with me and my relationship and like you know what I mean and like wondering about like how it was gonna look as far as like how the next show with me there was gonna look and things of that nature. We was already like in the middle of recording that EP. And so from the very second that they announced on the internet that they was dropping me or whatever, that they were letting me go from the label, I was like, oh, it was like, so then again, it's a whole bunch of my artist friends hitting me up. One of my brothers, 2B being one of them, and 2B was like, hey, yo, like, you got dropped from such and such label. And I was like, I actually left. But if that's what they're saying, then, you know, yeah, I was like, I actually left. It was kind of a mutual decision. We decided to split ways type shit. But if that's what they're on the internet saying, then that's fine. And then it was like, dang. And then he was like, so what you gonna do next? I was like, man, stay tuned. The next chapter is already in the works. Deal, I bet, man. Excited to see it. And that been my dog ever since, for real. But yeah, then you get so yeah, that conversation happens. A couple of days go by, and then now I'm starting to get screenshots of the post sent to me, screenshots of the Facebook post sent to my phone by like a bunch of different people and like a bunch of different friends that I have. Um, I don't want to call them like just church friends, but like that's where I met them with at church events. So I guess they're church. I guess you could call them church friends. Um, it's the only thing that works. Um, but yeah, I'm getting all these texts or whatever, and then like everybody's like, it's like, bro, like I'm praying for you, I'm praying for you, I'm praying for you. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? And I'm just like, and then it got to the point of where just like the 10th or 11th person texted me, and I was like, hey man, it's X amount of money I'm owed, and them niggas won't pay, so I left. But yeah, so like, and that's why like even like with them, I like no, that's not why I started distancing myself from them. I started distancing myself from them because which is exactly why I am the way I am now. For any of the people, for any of my like new friends watching this and wondering why I don't talk so much, here's the story why behind that. So I told said owner of said label at the time, who I thought I could entrust as a friend, um, a very, very personal piece of information about me. I told him a very, very personal story about me, about something personal that I was dealing with at that point in time. Bro takes the story I tell him, chops bits and pieces up about the story up, remixes some of the tail end of the story, and starts going around telling this remix version of the story that I told him to a circle of friends that we to a circle of church friends that we all shared. I had been gone for months at this point. I was doing a lot of different things, uh, doing a lot of shows with the Club Killers, and doing a lot of shows with the Club Killers at the time, um, doing all that running around. Decided to show back up after like months to this little event or whatever, and they are like, and they're like, "Oh, it's crazy that you showed up because such and such told us that this, and this had happened, and then that's why you wasn't showing up." And like first, initially, like I wanted to get mad, and then I was just like, because this one particular person walks up to me and is like, "Hey, so such and such told me that this, that, and you know what I mean, that this, that, and the three happened." And I was like, "Oh, word, that's what they told you? That's interesting. Did they also tell you that they owe me money?" And they're like, "Ugh, dang, now I'm embarrassed." It's like, don't be. It's like, don't be. That's how people be for real. 'Cause, yeah, I just found that shit quite interesting. They're like, "Oh yeah, such and such said that this, and this has been going on, and that's why you ain't been around like that." I was like, "Oh, word? Did such and such also tell you that they owe me some money?" And then a lot of people were like, "Oop, no, no, such and such did not." And I was like, interesting, quite interesting." Interesting, to say the least, chat. And so then it's like, then a couple more weeks go by. Um, I explained to them this half of the story when I seen that circle of friends again a couple of years ago, because that was before the pandemic. So yeah, a couple of years ago, I seen. No, that's actually facts. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does suck, but like it's whatever. You're gonna get a kick out of this next part. And again, like I said, I told this story to the circle of church friends. Like I hadn't seen them in a minute, and then I went back to see them, and then they're like, "Oh my god, he is alive!" They're like, "Oh my god, he is alive. He's real." It's like, bro, I'm like, bro, y'all gotta chill. Y'all gotta chill. Y'all gotta chill. So there was an event that this circle of, there was an event that this circle of church friends was putting on, and it was like, hey, do you want to be like, you know what I mean? Do you want to be one of the performers at said church event? I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Like I like, you know what I mean? They was like, look, we know you don't really do like. They tried to be so funny about it. It was like, look, we know you too big to do church events now, but like, if you could for us, I was like, first of all, don't do that because if y'all was throwing it, like, you know what I mean, if y'all was throwing a show on top of a mountain, I would have done it for y'all. Type B type shit. You know what I mean? And they was like, oh man, like, oh man, that's great. You still you. It's like, duh. Anyway, they invite me to do the event. They have no idea that at this point in time, me and the dude uh that owned the label that owned that label that I was signed to at that time were beefing. We were at odds. Um, because he was running around the city talking to different people from the music scene at the time, talking about like calling me a sellout and calling me all of these other things. And he's not realizing that this information is getting back to me. And like again, it's like that's not none of their businesses. That wasn't none of the church friends' business as well. So like I didn't like make that no thing about it. Like you know what I mean? I didn't make that no thing. Um until and this is a 3 day event we were a part of. Second day of the event shows up comes around. I get there. Um I get there and they're like I get there and I'm like, hey, yo, as far as like where I'm performing at, am I on the main stage or they're like, oh yeah, we gonna put you outside. They didn't tell me why they were gonna put me on the outside stage at first. Said dude, oh boy, and two of his other artists from the label that I used to be a part of show up. And I'm like, and I see him and I'm like, oh, bet. And I was like, oh, bet. And then somebody was like, and again, because none of my church friends in the circle knew at the time. So that like one of them come up to me and was like, hey, such and such is here. Did you say hi to him? And I was like, no. And they was like, is everything okay between you guys? We haven't really seen you doing any of the other events that we're doing. I was like, no, everything's not okay between us. And I'm going to just leave it at that. I go to the bathroom real quick, come back from the bathroom. One of my other church friends that's coordinating the event, he's like, oh, by the way, we moved you to the outside stage because I don't know what they thought I was supposed to say, but that's why I just left that's why I left what was said as what was said and like left it at that. You know what I mean? So yeah, I go to the bathroom, come back from the bathroom. Uh, the church friend The church friend of mine that's putting on, that's coordinating, that's part of coordinating the event. He's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, the reason we moved you to the outside stage was because such and such and his crew asked us to be on the main stage." And I was like, I was like, "Oh, did they? Did they now?" I was like, "Oh, did they now? That's crazy." Because you know what I remember asking? I remember saying, "You know what would be super cool if I could open up for my favorite group for my yeah, because they invited my favorite rap group to be the headliner, one of my favorite rap groups to be the headliner for this event." And I was like, "Oh, that's crazy. That's super crazy." Because did such and such ask you if he could open up for his favorite rap group that you guys brought out here? And the bro was like, "Well, no, but they did ask to be on the main stage." I was like, "It's crazy though, because I told you like I would love to be on the main stage before they got on." I was like, and at the time you said, "Yeah," and now the day is here, and now it's, "Oh, by the way, we're gonna put you outside because these niggas wanted to be on the main stage." Mind you, I didn't say nothing to this group of friends that like coordinated the event and put the whole event together. I didn't say anything to them about this shit for years until yeah, until like the tail end of 2019. Because at that point in time, like in my heart of hearts, because I was like too emotional about it, I was like, "Nah, all of y'all niggas is in cahoots, and it's fuck everybody." That's legit how like my mind was working at that point in time. Because legit in my head, like that's how the shit was working for me. I was just like literally in my mind at the time, I was like, "Nah, all of y'all niggas is working together in this like big ass grand conspiracy theme to fuck with me, and it's fuck all of y'all and good riddance." Mind you, that was in 2018. No, that was in 2017. That very next month, I moved to LA. But as you said, Miss Lady J, bigger and better things. Crazy how now where we're at, being a part of the big creator team collective and all things like that. You know what I mean? Putting out yet again, as I just got the information today, and putting out yet again one of the another one of the top 10 albums in a couple of different countries. Fourth time in the row, BT Dubs. Four times. Cause I know what a lot of y'all gonna say. Be like, "Oh, Harry Dog is like," you know what I mean? exactly what's up. Because I know what a lot of y'all gonna say. Oh, the sunshine on the dog ass every once in a while. 4 times though. 4. And for those who are on YouTube wondering what album it is that I'm talking about, I'll go ahead and pull it up for you. It's an old phrase. They say the sunshine on a dog's ass every once in a while, or every now and again, some shit like that. It's just like an old person's way of saying, like, you know what I mean. Everybody gets lucky every once in a while, type shit. But again, chat 4 times. You've never heard that? Damn. You know, the whole point is though, you could say that the first time I was getting lucky, you could say I'm getting lucky the first couple of times. Really, just the first time for real. You could say I'm getting lucky the first couple of you. Really, the first time for real. But then it's like it happened twice. What you gonna be like? Oh, well, I mean, some people could get lucky twice. Third time it happens. And third time it happens, it just be like third time it happens. Really, you can't be like, okay, like this nigga's not lucky. Like he actually kind of like he might know what he's doing. It's now happened 4 times. Is it luck or am I just actually a really talented artist? My chat and my community know the answer. That's a rhetorical question for the rest of the world. Backstage passport out now. Go get that shit, gangster. I might have to. Literally just to tick some folks off. Because it's like, damn, that nigga got lucky 4 times. Call me a 4-leaf clover then, gang. Because, but yeah, for all my YouTube watchers, this is the name of the album. It should be on all of your streaming platforms. I would prefer you came over onto the Spotify and, and push play over here and let this joint run and sizzle in your spirit over here. and let it marinate and do the things. Yes. Because those are the numbers that folks seem to be really, really looking at and paying attention to. Not that I care about what other folks are paying attention to, but I'm just saying, for those of you that like want to be like, oh, he's cool and all, and he's got a likable personality, but the numbers, the numbers, the numbers, the numbers. Go over there and check him out. Look at him. Again, to Miss Lady J and the rest of the community, I love y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Because it wasn't just me that did this. We did this together. Thank you. So welcome. Love you back. Yeah. And to be more specific for those folks that are wondering, this category that I like, you know what I mean? This category that I hit 4 times on is the artists who have a top, I said top 10, right, chat? Who have a top 10 album in countries that they don't live in. For wherever in the world that you're watching this, I'm in America. So um, it's the winter time, so I'm a little light, I am a black man. I am African American. Don't let the winter shade fool you. I'm very much an African American male. Um, Not you laughing at me. Listen, I have to explain that because people will be thinking. I'm not gonna tell you what they think because you're probably gonna laugh even harder. Anyway, I am an African American male who is also a label owner, who is also a content creator. Who is also a lot of people's favorite face on this here internet. And I'm starting to become a lot of people on this here internet's favorite voice. So what does that tell you? One time, oh, he got a top 10 record in a country that he's not in countries that he's not from. He just got lucky. Second time it happens, what? Um, oh, he just struck luck. He just struck luck 2 different times. That's a possible thing. It happens. He just got a lucky roll twice in a row. Happens a third time. He's just pandering to a certain audience. Fourth time it happens. Call me a 4-leaf clover, bitch. I'm that nigga. And I don't even like using the B word like that. I think that's the tackiest word. I think that's the tackiest curse word in the English dictionary for real. But at the end of the day, that's how y'all niggas got me feeling for real. A foe for foe on you punk ass niggas. Like now y'all niggas is playing with. Now you niggas is playing with me in my face. Like what are you? What? And for those that are wondering, because I know I'm gonna get this question, what are the other albums' names? Cool. Just go back over here. That's how y'all spell my name if you're looking for me on. That's how you spell the name if you're looking for it on Spotify. If you want to find the tunes, Spotify title, YouTube, Apple Music, your mama phone, your auntie phone. I don't know. Wherever you get your music from, that's what you type in. Again, love y'all. Y'all did that. Y'all did that. Y'all did that for us, and I love that for us. So, for those that might be wondering, how did you hit a 4 for 4? Okay, this most recent album, Backstage Passport. That's a one. Ah, ah, ah. My R&B demo, the Mewtwo Project. It's number two. Ah, ah, ah. The Owl House demo. Uh-oh. Three to the dome. Carmelo Anthony. Ah, ah, ah. That's three for your bitch ass. And of course, number four, my album that I dropped in 2022, Ragers and Bangers. That's a spicy four stack. Sheesh. So that's word to all of my fellow content creators, all of my fellow artists, all of my fellow big creator team members. It's big creator season in the biggest way possible. And a lot of them just came from an event in Atlanta. Shout out to y'all. I know y'all had a ball over there. Y'all was courtside at whatever that event was. It was some kind of basketball event, basketball fundraising event. Y'all was courtside. That's all that matters. Y'all was courtside, and y'all were probably the most biggest celebrities there. I said it. I meant it. I step it, and I stand on business. And to all of my other up and coming content creators, artists, dancers, future influencers, whatever it is that you may be, right? whatever the field is that you are aspiring to get into. There are going to be people along the way. I've said this before and I'm going to say it again because it's that thing of where, as my community knows, you can't see them, but they're off to the side to the screen right here. I can see them. Y'all can't see them because I don't like putting them on the screen because that's not what we're here for. That's not what we're doing. Um, I don't know, Chad. I just personally think I'm not gonna say that like I think that's tacky. I just I don't know. I like the look of it. Just be like you just having to look at me, and I can see what y'all are saying, but the rest of the internet can't. All more of the reason that like, you know what I mean. You should bring your ass to the chat. I respect y'all privacy type shit. Just a suggestion. Back to what I was saying. All my future content creators, uh, all of my future creatives, all of my up and coming aspiring creatives. Here's what I will say to you: there are going to be people in this. There are going to be people along the way that are going to be with you for a lifetime. There are going to be people along the way that are going to be with you for a season. They're going to be with you for one season, and then the season is going to change. Um, and then as you keep going and you keep grinding and you keep pushing and you keep like you know what I mean, you keep elevating to the next level or whatever. Folks gonna be like, the folks gonna start to say the things like they said about me, about y'all. Oh, they just getting lucky. Oh, they ain't really all that talented. They're just like they just getting lucky. They ain't really all that talented for real. It's because of the people that they're it's because of the people that you're standing next to. It's not really because of you or the work that you're putting in. What work are they really putting in for real? They can't really be because again, we really don't think that I don't think they're really that talented for real, so it can't be like it's like, well, somebody got to be funding what it is that they do because there's no way that people are actually like paying money to top 10 album in a country that I do not reside in. Countries that I do not reside in. One, two, three, four. Leaf Clover. Coincidence? It can't be a coincidence, chat. I know it's not. You think the big creator community was like, oh, he's a nano streamer. He's a nano streamer and he's black. We'll grab him. You thought that's why I made the you thought that's why I made the team. He's a nano creative and he's a nano creator and he's black. We'll grab him. We need him on the team. They really didn't have to add more people to the list. It's over 1,000 of us. And just so y'all know, chat, it's over 1,000 members on the team. It's over 1,000 members on the big creator team. But it's not a coincidence. We just seen the numbers on Spotify. Again, that's because of y'all's love and support. We see the hours I put in on Twitch. Y'all think I'm just doing this for my health? Y'all think I'm just doing this because I like the sound of my voice? Ain't it? That sound crazy. Cause I promise you, as much as I love singing and all of those things, I don't like how much my voice. I don't like I don't like how my voice sounds that much. I promise you, my speaking voice. Fun fact. For all of those people wondering why he doesn't talk that much, that's also another reason why. Three biggest reasons because of that story that I told y'all earlier for story time. You said nobody likes their own voice. I couldn't tell because the way some people be just yapping. But I heard that's actually a fact. But I'm just saying you can't tell the way some folk yap. That's it. Three biggest reasons of why I don't talk that much. When you see me in public, I don't. The story that I told earlier. I don't like the way my voice sounds, and I want what I'm saying to actually matter to whoever it is that I'm saying it to. And a lot of last year, I was my depression was allowing me to believe that like, you know what I mean, that people did not care about what I had to say or thought about things. This podcast and this Twitch community here have been a complete contradiction of that thought. Because if these beautiful motherfuckers did not give a damn about what the fuck it is that I had to say, I promise you, I would be literally talking to this. I would be on this app just talking to zero people. Everything and anything, huh? Hey, yo. Let me stop. Let me stop. Um, um, yeah, like I said, this community has shown me that that's a very, very huge contradiction. Um, and another thing, if nobody gave a fuck about my what it is that I do, granted, I know I said earlier in the pod like that's why I'm taking a break from doing any solo stuff. Part of the reason of why I'm taking a break from doing solo stuff for a minute. It's really more so because of the band and the record label. But a small part of that is just my little insecurities of being like, nobody gives a fuck about the shit that I put out anyway. But then, you know, you get news like the news that I just got, um, that I got earlier today, and then they really do be those things where like just at that time I like legit would just like look at myself in the mirror and I would tell my insecurities to shut the fuck up. It's just like because my insecurities are the definition of just chatting. Like my insecurities really do just be saying shit just to say shit sometimes, all the time. My insecurities and anxiety and depression, like all of that shit, like just be saying shit just to fucking say shit. Big Creator wouldn't have asked me to be a member of their team if they thought what it is that I do that doesn't provide, right? You said that part. That wasn't your amen moment. Stop it. I'm trying to close this out. Not you trying to make me cry. Listen, nah, but they chat's right. Big Creator wouldn't have asked me to be a part of their team if they didn't feel like I'd bring something to the tech. Like I looked the other day on Twitch, y'all, just because I was being nosy. There's over 100,000 uh, music streamers on Twitch, regardless of size. Like that's just like that many total people that stream that category. A very, very healthy amount of them are POCs. So Big Creator could have easily grabbed any one of those ones that were in the nano streamer category, like you know what I mean, or that fit the nano creator criteria, and been like, yeah, and come join the team. But I applied for the Big Creator team. I applied for Big Creator, and I said that I feel like I like you know what I mean. And I said that in me applying for that, I said that I feel like I can bring something. You're being biased. Cut it out. But yeah, when I applied for Big Creator, I said I personally feel like I can bring something different, something new, fresh, and different um, to not just the content creation space, but the music space, and so that I can bring something new, fresh, and different to every space that it is that I touch. He said, "You just telling the truth." I know. I just never mind. Say not say what you want, but go off, go off and chat then. Oh my gosh. 'Cause if I don't have at least a little bit of rain, they'll start saying wild stuff. You said you'll stop. You don't have to. I'm just being shy. Um, no, but once again, if it has not been mentioned before, um, it will definitely be mentioned again. Shout out to the Big Creator team uh, for bringing me on. Um, in the words of some of my chatters here in chat, y'all picked the right one. Um, and I am extremely confident that I and you all will make sure it's not to prove them wrong. Um, yeah. On the YouTube side of things, if you made it all the way to this part, holy shit, you're amazing. Um, Cause yeah, you legit came through and you know what I mean. You scrolled on YouTube, you sat and you watched me yap for 5 whole hours. Um, so yeah, you're amazing for that type B type shit. Yeah. Um, if on the YouTube side you are new, drop a like. First of all, drop a sub. Drop a subby wub over there. Drop a like. If you feeling extra spicy and freaky, drop a comment. Not a freaky comment, just a regular comment. Um, and if seeing my face does something for you, turn on that post noti. Turn on the noti bell. So you'll be notified every time we drop, which is every Tuesday for the Cozy Corner Pod. That is absolutely not enough for you, like a couple of people in this chat. Come over to Twitch, twitch.tv/BVMB1 underscore 47. You know what I mean? On Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we will be live on this here purple app. Come hang out with us. Come kick it with us. Come vibe with us. Come have a good time. Come and be a part of the cozy clubhouse. Uh, Also, link to the Discord and everything else is in the description below. So hit that link. Come join the Discord. Don't be a fucking weirdo, or we'll kick you out expeditiously. I said what I said, and I'm not sorry. Um, To everybody wondering when the next installment of music is coming out, soon. That's all I'm gonna say. I know that just made a ton of y'all pissed right now. I'm sorry. Sort of, kind of, a little bit. Listen, you'll be alright. Um, soon on that front. Doesn't matter because y'all are gonna ask me in like a week. This is how y'all work. You said you can't wait. It'll happen when it happens. It will, and will. And just so you know, everybody else in the industry drops on Fridays. Any of my projects, at least for this year, I don't. I might switch it up again next year, depending on how I feel. But at least for 2024, any piece of music that I do drop this year will be dropping on either a Sunday, for SoundCloud Sunday, or a Monday, because Music Mondays, type beat, type shit. And yeah, if I don't have nothing else, you two take care of yourselves. Till the next Tuesday, we see each other. Unless you decide to come on over to the Twitch, because I will be live tomorrow for the first ever R&B church service. Come through and catch the spirit and catch the vibe, yes. And yeah, to those wondering, no, R&B isn't dead. Y'all just not looking because we're here. Uh, it's a lot of us, and we doing the goddamn thing. Yeah, yeah, that's everything. YouTube, love y'all with my whole heart. Love y'all real big. Know that. You believe that. Um, Twitch, y'all know the rules. It's Monday, so we're not rating out anyone. Um, yeah, it's Monday, so we're not rating out anybody. This is just a podcast day. Um, and I kind of like to just make this just a community thing. Yeah, y'all get me right. That's not too much to ask. That don't seem too unreasonable. Said you with it? Yeah. So yeah, chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow. 5 p.m. Pacific time. Pacific time. And if this is tomorrow on Twitch, this is tomorrow on YouTube. When you're watching this, you missed out. But come back for the Friday stream. But come by for the Friday stream. Twitch.tv/. BV and B1 underscore 47. It's also in the Descrippy Pip. Till then, take care. Stay blessed. Get you some sunlight. Go on a walk. Drink some tea. If you haven't told the people that you love today that you love them, do that. If that one person that you've been thinking about texting for a minute, text them. Unless it's an ex, then don't. Then don't open up that can of worms. Unless that's the kind of relationship y'all have, which I'm looking at you away, but I'm not gonna judge. If your parents are still here in the living realm, check on them. Tell them that you love them. If you have any siblings and they're in the living realm, check on them. Tell them that you love them. And remember that what you're looking for is not outside you. Never has been and it never will be. Till next time, y'all. Peace.